Whole house filtration system with a reverse osmosis at the kitchen sink for all your drinking water. Plus, you get rid of all the forever chemicals and hard water and everything. All complete, under $5,000, fully installed. This is for the entire house. Never bathe or soak in that ugly water again. And don't absorb any of those chemicals. By the way, if you just want a kitchen sink situation for water that's under $1,000, conditioning under $2,000. If you want everything for the whole house under $5,000, you can't do better. PaulTheWaterman.com. Okay, let's go to the phones and whatever you want to talk about. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, my YouTube people who are just crybabies and malcontents, and basically we love them, but they give us instant feedback. You see, we can't get instant feedback when you're sitting at home or in your car. I don't know what you're thinking. These guys, they give us instant feedback. So it's a barometer, right? Except I think they skew a little crazy. They skew a little what do you call it? Curmudgeons, right? The YouTube crowd, Mark. They don't skew regular, right? Do you think that's a good...
There is nothing normal about it.
It's not a sampling, is it? Not an accurate sampling of our audience. I often wonder...
Well, I don't know about that, because a lot of them don't talk. If you look at... We can have 100 plus at any given time, and you're only hearing from 8 or 9. It could actually be a good sampling, but we don't hear from the other part.
And then what about the thousands of downloads? What are they saying when they're working out? Are they yelling at me? Anyway, the point is, I'm asking... anyway, so people say, you know, that...
Oh, wait. What kind of workout are these people in your brain doing as they're listening to the show?
Oh, a lot of people tell me they're on the treadmill and they were listening. A lot of them.
Okay.
Anyway, so here's the deal I want to talk about. You know, I always go to callers first, but people wonder, why do I talk about problems of my own? And I'm going to mention this. I talk about it because I can't possibly be the only one. Jerry Seinfeld once said he gets his comedy by simply observing his life. He said, and then he finds funny things. I get consumer information by observing my life. And, of course, I get to observe thousands of others through emails and texts and comments and calls to the show. So I think when I have a problem, it's a problem for everyone possibly. And I'm often accurate. Like I came across a credit card situation. If you lose a credit card or if you stop payment on a credit card and they go to your credit card company with a contract, they can have that reinstated without your permission. If the credit card company feels you're obligated, even if you want to stop a credit card payment or auto payments, if you allow banks to draft your account or creditors to draft your account for payment, if you guys have a disagreement and you want to stop the auto payment, you can't. There's a reason you can't. If you initiate it from your account, you can. But if they draft your account, you can't stop it unless they agree to stop it. You'd have to close that account and literally open up a new account. So when I come across problems, yeah, I talk about them. Right now I'm going to talk to Ying about a Frigidaire freezer. I think, is it a Frigidaire make, Ying?
Yes, it is.
All right, Ying, let's talk, man. What's going on?
I bought my Frigidaire freezer on January 7th.
January 7th. Oh, so it's brand new.
Yeah, it's brand new. I bought it online from Home Depot.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't working. The compressor went out because they called...
No, wait. When did the compressor go out? Like right after you bought it, for God's sakes?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, right after I bought it and put it to use.
Oh, wait.
And so,
Hold on. It's used.
No. It was brand new after I put it into use, after I turned it on.
All right. Got it. I got you. Man, that's odd.
Okay.
Mark, that's odd.
I still don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying it's not under warranty?
No, it is.
Well, it is.
Of course it is.
I called Home Depot.
Yeah.
I called Home Depot back.
Yeah.
And, and they told me to call Frigidaire.
Yeah.
So I called Frigidaire, and they...
Well, hold on. Now, Home Depot, there are some stores that take responsibility, But if you truly, there's nothing wrong with them saying go to the manufacturer because it is a manufacturer's warranty. So what happened then?
Well, they said that they're not going to take it back. Home Depot is not going to take it back.
Okay, but will Frigidaire fix the compressor? All you need is a new compressor, right?
Right, but all this time I've been waiting for the compressor, and it turned out that they don't have the part.
So Frigidaire says we're going to do it, but they don't have it.
Right. So
when will they have it? For goodness sakes.
They don't. So they don't.
Wait.
So,
are they saying we can never fix it?
Apparently not, because 2 weeks ago they came out and they picked up my freezer, and I've never heard back from them when I'm going to get the new one. Apparently they're going to replace it. I don't know when I'm going to get the new one.
Okay. But at least, I see what you're saying. So when was the last time you heard from them?
Well, I called me yesterday, and they gave me some numbers and of the company that was supposed to deliver it. I called that company, and they have no clue.
All right, we're going to do this for you. We're going to call and make some noise. So I'm looking on the list of refrigerators, the top selling, top rated, and Frigidaire is nowhere on the... Oh, yes, it is. It's number 4. Oh, no, never mind. These are alphabetical. Sorry. They're alphabetical. But it's on the top rated refrigerator list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. About the top 25. It's listed. Now, they don't give what number it is. It's just because it's alphabetical. But Frigidaire is definitely on the list, so I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. And it says here that Frigidaire freezers and refrigerators are extremely popular. They're part of Electrolux. And apparently, their compressors are the same made by... You know only 3 or 4 people make compressors. So I would say, why can't they get the compressors? What I don't understand. That's the part I don't know.
I don't know. But every time I call, they keep saying, "Oh, your problem is escalated." All right,
I'm going to tell you what. Deputy Smarty Pants is good at needling these corporate people. So why don't you hold on? We're going to assign this to one of our deputies and have him take a peek at this. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, as far as that problem I was talking about, I still can't believe that more people don't bitch about this. In essence, now listen, I did a lot of research when I got off the show yesterday. In essence, run flat tires, which are great convenience. Run flat tires have reinforced sidewalls, and they have a way to run when you have no air in them. And they run for 50 miles under 50 miles an hour. So no matter where you are with a flat, you can almost always get it fixed. If you don't have a run flat and you don't have a spare, you would have to be towed. There's no spare in my car, and they have run flats. They had run flats. I just want to tell everyone, if you love a run flat tire, fine. But the best case scenario with a run flat tire, the best case scenario is that you have to buy a tire when you get a flat. There is no fixing them. Everyone I talked to said 99.9% of the time you cannot fix them. So what's the other 0.1%? Well, if you have a problem with the valves, it could be something. But if there's a nail or a puncture through it, you're not, or it might have been bumped and got off the rim a little. Those kinds of things can be reset, but you cannot fix a hole. You cannot. It's against manufacturers' recommendations. They call it dangerous. You cannot fix them. You can't find people to fix them. So the bottom line is the best case scenario with a run flat tire, there's a $500 flat minimum. No matter what, when you have a flat, you're going to spend $500. That's if you're lucky. Most of the time, if you have an all-wheel drive system, the flat will cost you $2,000 or a little less, $2,000. Anywhere from, what was it, Mark, $1,700, $1,800 to $2,000? Okay, now listen, I don't know why I'm the only one bitching about this. I looked on YouTube. I looked all over. Nobody is. So here's what they're saying. If you have a run flat tire on an SUV, because most SUVs are the all-wheel, right? Or an all-wheel drive. One flat, one little tack, one little puncture in one tire will cost you $2,000. There is no more repair, and you can't buy just one unless they said you had under 5,000 miles on them. Once you get more than 5,000 miles on run flat tires, they all have to be replaced because of today's sophisticated drive systems. Now, who in their right mind, I didn't know that. Why would you ever buy a run flat tire when you have to replace all four of them every time you get a flat? I mean, assuming you have more than 5,000 miles. There's a small window where you can buy one tire. So really we're talking about most of the time you're going to be spending $2,000 every time you have a flat. Does anyone find that as ridiculous as I do?
It's insane.
I don't understand why a run flat tire would be worth it ever on any planet. Why anyone would want to run flat tire, knowing. Now, I guess, are there any cars anymore that aren't four-wheel drive? Okay, in those cases, performance cars that are just rear-wheel drive or front-wheel drive, you don't have to replace all four tires, right? Mark, only on the all-wheel drives, right?
Well, mostly, yeah.
But this trend of replacing all tires all the time, it's incredible. I mean, even if you had a blowout on a regular tire, it can't be repaired, let's say. You can't buy just that tire, even a regular tire on a regular car that's all-wheel drive. You have to buy all of them. It never used to be that way. Now, so I'm wondering, is this all-wheel drive worth it? Are these modern drive systems worth it? You would think they could compensate for a few differences in tires, in tire size, just a few 30 seconds. They say they can't. They can't compensate. Anyway, 303-713-8255. I find it ridiculous. I can't believe no one else does. By the way, 888heating.com. You will get the lowest price for air conditioning. You better start thinking about it now. And by the way, he guarantees it. The same equipment, the lowest price. That's 888heating.com. And listen, I'm just going to say this. If you think a $2,000 flat is fine, I don't care. I'm not going to bitch about it anymore. But I can't believe people are buying into this run flat crap. Anyway, let me go back, 888heating.com.
The Tree Farm's Memorial Day sale going on now. The Tree Farm has been family owned and cared for since 1980. Now get 25% off all sizes of flowering shrubs, including lilacs, spirea, rose of Sharon, and more. 3-year-old old-fashioned purple or white lilacs, now just $67.46 each. Visit thetreefarm.com. The Tree Farm's Memorial Day sale going on now.
You
Come
take
see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
If you want to come to our seminar, you're going to learn a hell of a lot. It's tomorrow night. Joe Chiano's on with us, and he's going to talk to us about Become the Banker and annuities for life, income for life, and Medicare and Social Security and insurance and taxes and everything to do with finances and financial security. Now, he's not even the only one speaking. Mark and I will be there just to greet you, and if you have questions for us, you can, because there's no secret. We use all of these techniques and have used them, and we'll be happy to talk about personal experience. Joe, what else? Who are you going to have there?
Hey, Tom, let me ask you something, okay? I mean, I love the comment that you made about the run flat tires, and I can't help but actually to make an analogy.
Go ahead.
Of the stock market. People are running on run flat investments.
Yeah, they are.
They really are.
Yeah, I know.
They really, truly are. And, like you said, it's worth it. Run flat tires will take you for 50 miles, right?
Right.
The stock market will go for a while up. And then what's going to happen? It's going to go down. and people lose money. So during the seminar, Tom, they're going to be learning. People are going to be learning how to stop riding the roller coaster up and down and go back to basics, like you said. Go back to basics. Go back to the old tires that you can count on, that you can replace only one tire if you wanted to. So the key is take your money away from the risk of the stock market.
Right.
Quit running on run-flat tires and start keeping your money safe and growing at the same time.
Now
That's what people are going to be learning.
You're going to learn that. You're going to learn how to get guaranteed investments. There's nothing to buy, no obligation. And I'm telling you, you can ask the hard questions, and we'll be there to answer them. This is tomorrow night, Sheridan Tech Center. And for you to get involved, all you have to do is call. And we're going to give you that number and the website. The number is 303-800-2919, 303-800-2919, 303-800-2919. The website is mymoneymyway.info, mymoneymyway.info.
It's all too obvious. We're being let down by the institutions we used to trust. American families are talking about a future of food shortages, banks failing, society breaking down, and what seems like the setup for the apocalypse. But instead of throwing up their hands, folks are leaning into self-reliance, investing in emergency food storage now more than ever. And My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, has made it easier than ever for you to have peace of mind knowing you're prepared. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and stock up on their best-selling 3-month emergency food kit. You get tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200 plus get free shipping on 3-month emergency food kits at MyPatriotSupply.com. It's time to prepare for what we all know is coming. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com now. MyPatriotSupply.com.
How about this plum crazy match made in heaven? Buy a new Carrier AC and get a new Carrier furnace free. And once you go there, you have to buy a new one.
Right. But again, like I said, let's take my car. If I get a flat, I just call up AAA, and they're there and they take care of it.
Right.
Okay, but what happens if you're pregnant and you're rushing to the hospital?
You're right.
And you're fucked if you...
You're right. You're right. You would be.
So it does come down to shit like that.
Mark, do you have a spare in your car?
Not in the Tesla, no.
And
Tesla, you got to call them. I don't think you have a choice.
And you don't have run flat either.
No.
No, I know. Same.
So AAA,
I can't think of the last time I had a fucking tire problem, though, man. I mean, I really can't. I'm not saying I haven't had a nail and I went over to Discount and they fixed the tire.
And I want to know something. Why can't they make fucking tires strong enough to resist nails? Come on, tell me the technology's got to be there.
It is there. They're very expensive. They're foam filled. They literally fill them up with a poly foam. Super lightweight, but there's no air. The cavity is taken up by a foam.
Well, come on. I could get those?
Yeah. We used to sell a shitload of them, but they wouldn't be mostly on cars. I did do a few on cars. Most of the time they were tractors and shit. But they're fucking... the foam is so cool, you can wear all the way through the tread and ride on the fucking foam.
You buy them that way?
No. You fill them up.
So any tire can be used with it?
Yeah, you can put... Yeah, you're replacing the air with foam. That's right. Yep. You got to go to a place that has the equipment.
You ought to find something. I really didn't... I've never heard of that.
Oh, yeah. Some of the tractor tires we do would be... Back then, it'd be $800, $900 to fill.
Now, on our motorhomes, we used to put nitrogen because the air molecules are bigger and they don't leak. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, for that air conditioner, the lowest price guaranteed, that number is 303-770-2776, 888heating.com. I didn't have that number handy, but truly, you will get apples for apples, the lowest price, 888-HEATING, 303-770-2776. Now, what else do we got going on today? We're going to have Harris Family Law on to talk about estate planning and family law.
Man, do I like Rich Harris. You talk about a wealth of information.
Jim, talk about run flat tires. By the way, The reason I'm bitching about this, we talk about, being green and the economy. We're making disposable tires, basically. A run flat has once you drive it without air, it's compromised, cannot be repaired. Everyone told me that. The only time it can be repaired is if you stopped immediately upon seeing your sensor say you have no air, and stop immediately and be towed. Well, the whole idea of a run flat is not to be towed. The whole idea of a run flat is to be able to drive it to a place. Once you drive it to a place, you throw the tire away.
How low was that tire of yours?
Well,
I mean, if you looked at it, could you tell it was low or no?
You couldn't tell. It just kept
I
giving
wish
me,
I could have seen that,
It kept
man.
giving me a monitor. It drove perfectly, and it kept giving me a monitor. And they said I drove the hell out of it before bringing it in. I did, and the sidewall was crap. I didn't mind that. I said, okay, so let's buy it. No, you got to buy all four. Anyway, go ahead, Jim. What's going on?
Is it Ken you're wanting?
What's
Is
that?
it me?
Well, I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Tom, I agree with you on the run flat tires, but there's something you obviously don't know about regular tires.
Go ahead.
On an SUV, you can't have more than a quarter-inch difference in height on tires. So if you've got a quarter-inch difference, you've got to replace all four tires anyway.
No, I understand. But Jim, listen to my reasoning.
And it's not just. I don't like how he said SUV though. It's an all-wheel. It's an all-wheel drive SUV.
But Jim, I agree.
Right.
I agree with you. But let me give you an example. On my other SUV, it was a G-Wagon. Okay, I had a flat, and they fixed it. And I didn't have to replace all four tires. They fixed it. In fact, I had 2 or 3 flats fixed on my SUV when I had that. Because I don't know why, but I was so sick and tired of it. But they fixed them. They didn't replace them. But if they were run flat, they could not fix them. So that's what's bothering me. Now, yeah, if I have a blowout with an SUV or an all-wheel drive, I do have to buy all 4 tires if there's more than 5,000 miles. I absolutely agree. We agree. But to me, it is absolutely wasteful. It's bad for the planet. It's bad for everything. I mean, it might be a convenience. Now, Mark talked about another option that I think is ingenious. He said, there's a foam you can fill a tire with, a foam, and you will never have to worry about fixing it. You pull the nail out. In fact, you don't even know you have a nail because it never goes down, ever. So, Bob, go ahead. What's going on, Bob?
Tom, I heard an ad or saw an ad only once or twice, but there was a company that would take a new tire and shave. You needed 3/16 off. They'd shave it down for you.
Oh, you're right. I heard about that. They match them.
Yeah, and I've never, the run flats in my mind are useless, but
I'll never have them. I'll never have them. Bob,
yeah, but
I forgot about that, Bob.
If you could find it, yeah.
Somebody called up once before about that years ago. I forgot about that, where they take the new tire and match the old ones. Now, some people will say that's wasteful because you're taking a new tire and you're shaving it down to match. And I say, what do you mean wasteful? If I had another 10,000 miles on my tires, why not, use them?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. I have to find out who the hell does that. That's a good one. Now, Daryl has a question about Sub-Zero. By the way, call about anything. Listen, I don't mind if you bitch and moan. We don't have to have problems solved every time. You don't have to take out my dinger every time. We can sometimes simply lament. Yeah, it's okay. Unload. Okay, Daryl, tell me.
I'll get to my question, okay?
Yeah,
Just
go
a
ahead.
quick comment on the tires. I 2 things. One of them is I think maybe they're doing that on the more high-end stuff because most people don't even know how to change a tire.
That's true.
And it's convenient for them. And if they can afford the high-priced car, then they can afford a couple $1,000 for tires. That's just my comment on the tire.
Okay, go ahead,
So
Daryl.
on the Sub-Zero, my wife and I are getting to remodel our kitchen, and we looked at Sub-Zero. Is it worth it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the only one that I would say is worth it. It's absolutely, positively worth it. Every penny. They're built like we used to call them brick houses, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, they're more like a commercial, right?
Yes.
Like a commercial. Inside.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But now there are some that mimic it. I think you have top compressors, they're called, top compressors. Thermador's pretty damn good. I mean, you can get close to it, but Sub-Zero wrote the book, bro. They wrote it.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to know before we pulled the trigger, because it's like $60,000 for appliances, but it's like
But you'll never have to do another thing with it. There are people that have had Sub-Zeros for years and years and years and years. So to me, it's worth it. But we have this thing about appliances and things we buy from stores. And right away, they go bad. I think the store should give a certain warranty period after you buy it to bring it back. I don't think to make you screw around with a manufacturer, I don't think is fair. And are there stores that do that? Mark, doesn't Costco do that? I mean, could I take it back to Costco instead of going to the manufacturer if they didn't have a freezer?
Only for 90 days.
Okay. Well, at least there's a period.
Now, they do have a warranty that you can buy, and it is a Costco warranty, or at least backed by Costco. That would cover you. It's pretty good.
Shy, what's happening?
Hey, hon. I'm calling from Colorado Springs. I've been listening to you off and on for a little while. And I have a comment about the tires.
Yeah.
You mentioned about putting foam in your tires. You don't want to do that because it will void your warranty. I learned that the hard way.
A warranty on the, hold on, Shy, warranty on the tire or on the car?
Yeah, the tire.
Oh.
It will void the warranty on your car.
On your car? Really?
Foam. Yeah, it will void your tire warranty.
Okay, the tire warranty, but has anyone ever? Yeah. I have never used a tire warranty in my life. Because there's
I have.
No, Mark,
I used to process them every day.
What is okay? Tell me what a tire warranty is like.
Well, on a typical vehicle, not like yours, it's say it's a 50,000 mile tire.
Yeah.
You get 25,000 out of it. Then you prorate it. It's simple as that. So the proration, if it's a $100 tire, I would give you the tire for $50, and Goodyear would send me $50.
Hey, Shy, have you ever looked into that foam? Is that why you knew it?
Yes, because I was driving my then 6-year-old son to Denver for a birthday party, and I had a roof nail through my tire, and my husband at the time put foam in there, and it literally obliterated the tire. We had to replace it. Well, he went to use the warranty that I had.
I think she's thinking of like Fix-A-Flat. You mean a can of stuff?
No, it's basically like foam that you buy in a can for your tire. It can void your warranty.
We're not talking about that kind of foam.
That stuff does void the warranty she's talking about.
Yeah, we're not talking about that kind of foam. What Mark was talking about is literally an expansive foam that goes in there.
Yeah, it's generally used for off-road stuff.
No, I know it would. It would guarantee it
definitely will.
But the thing is, Shy, you'd never need the warranty because that tire would not. I mean, it's almost indestructible.
Yeah, you're not going to get a hole in it. But once again, it's really made for heavy trucks, and it's made for like tractors, stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. It's not made for.
Or I'll tell you where I did it. I literally paid for it. It was about $150 a tire. It was in my little, not my big one, my little John Deere lawnmower.
And there's a comment that was made that bothers me just a little about affording things. I have a special comment on that coming up, and then I'm going to take your calls on everything you want. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Renew Home Innovations for the most beautiful bathrooms. They do a beautiful shower. It's a rectangle that takes the place of the old, I call them shubs, that shower tub combo, and they make walls that are beautiful, maintenance-free. They look like stone. They have American Standard fixtures, and here's the point. They can do it in 2 or 3 days, and it's beautiful. They custom make it for you, and you have 72 months to pay, no interest. The only place that does this, renewhomeinnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz.
Calming right down on the Denver Metro roads and freeways for the 10 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound. We're seeing intended highway speeds from one end of town to the other. Down on the south end, Hampton Avenue eastbound at Inca Street, we've got road construction in the right lane. Watch out for congestion around the area. East of there, I-225 southbound. Slow traffic continues between Parker Road and I-25. Back closer to the center of town, I-70 westbound, road construction between York and Washington. Slow traffic from Dahlia and Monaco. Fox 31, pinpoint weather high of 76 degrees today. Chance of scattered thunderstorms later in the afternoon. Partly cloudy at the moment. The current temperature in Denver, 64 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. Debt ceiling showdown. Biden stonewalls and threatens default. Out of control spending and debt.
And the 14th Amendment.
Understand it all. What's happening now?
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney I hope you never need. If you're in an accident and you're injured, you need the services of an attorney most of the time. You call John and he'll tell you if you truly do or not. But what I love about calling John Fuller is that he will talk to you free of charge, and if he decides and you decide it's a good fit, he'll take your case on a contingency fee basis. Now, all of that is unique because usually you never speak to the attorney that's handling your case. You talk to call centers with big firms. John is not a big firm on purpose. He is limited to the size of the number of cases he personally works. That's his pledge to you. So when he takes your case, he will be your attorney. You'll notice the difference. You're not just a number. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, you know what? I think I'm going to call my auto expert, Kevin Calkin at Sheridan Auto Tech, to weigh in on the tire thing. But I'll tell you what, I go to Sheridan Auto Tech. You should too. I'm going to send my daughter there for her warranty work. You don't have to go to a dealer, ever, unless it's something the warranty is going to replace. You can have all your oil changes, tire rotations done anywhere, and Sheridan Auto Tech's a great place. And then, of course, when your car's out of warranty, no one takes care of it better. And also, they do electrical repairs. So any repairs, any maintenance, any electrical issue, SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242 on Colfax west of Wadsworth. That's SheridanAutotech.com.
I'm here with Sean O'Keefe and Dan Blair, Senior Wealth Advisors at Summit Wealth Strategies and hosts of the Retirement Summit radio show. Guys, taxes can be a big hurdle for someone who wants to sell a highly appreciated asset like a small business or real estate, but you have a strategy that can be a real game changer for dealing with the capital gains. Tell us about it.
Yes, really, this strategy allows a seller to potentially defer all the taxes on the capital gains so we can keep what you would have paid to Uncle Sam working for you. It works really well for small business owners and allows them to continue to build their wealth. For these entrepreneurs, their exit strategy is often the biggest financial decision they will ever make, and many owners are reluctant to explore their selling options due to the fear of taxes eating up a large portion of their life's work. But with this tax strategy, we can position the proceeds of the sale so that your money continues to work as hard for you as you did for it.
And for real estate sales, it's important to know this is not a 1031 exchange. So whether you want to use this tax strategy for the sale of a business, a piece of real estate, or any other highly appreciated asset, you're still using pre-tax dollars. This can be a real game changer that opens up other financial opportunities, such as building retirement income, estate planning, and maintaining your family's wealth. So give us a call today and ask us about this powerful tax strategy and allow us to get to work for you.
Before you sell, call Summit Wealth Strategies. If you have $500,000 or more of capital gains exposure, call 720-806-6885 or visit their website to learn more at GoSummitWealth.com.
Sean O'Keefe and Dan Blair are investment advisor representatives of and investment advisory services offered through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, a registered investment advisor firm. Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, and Summit Wealth Strategies, LLC, are separate and unaffiliated entities. Insurance and annuities offered through Summit Wealth Strategies, LLC. The comments above are no substitute for personal tax advice. You should consult your legal and/or tax professionals before making any financial decisions.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. In his His secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Grab your shades, your flip-flops, and your free iHeartRadio app for the unofficial start of summer 2023. No matter where you go this summer, your favorite radio station, the music you love, and the best podcasts in the world will be along for the adventure. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
The Memorial Day sale's so big, it's already going on with Aqua Spas at the Denver Premium Outlets. Look for the big tents and let the discounts begin. Hot tubs and swim spas priced especially for this sale with easy, no money down financing available. Hot tubs are as low as $80 a month. Even deeper discounts with scratch and dent models. This is the sale of all.
Sorry, I forgot to feed off air. When Tom is here, I'm just so dazzled by the light and leadership that is Tom. I forget to do it. All right, I'll bring it back.
Day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will do market analysis of your home for the asking, and it's true, blue, deep, and I'll tell you, the information is like an appraisal, but it's not. It's even better. It's a market analysis, what it will sell for in this market with comps in the neighborhood. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. So we have Rich Harris with us from Harris Law Firm. He just walked in, and we have a 3-day weekend coming up. I hope everybody's happy and no one has to work. Now, we've been having a discussion on tires, so I'm going to go to that, and then we're going to go to Rich on some I squirrel away emails for you. You know that. And when you come in, we talk about certain issues. Can we talk about some estate issues as well, Rich, since you guys do estate law?
Tom, sure. I'd be happy to give it a shot.
I want to ask you, so people don't have a divorce. They just want to come in and do estate planning. Can you do that?
Right. Absolutely.
Okay,
we can,
great.
Tom.
Great.
We can.
Hey, Rich, what is your comment on run flat tires?
Hey, Tom, just an opinion here. I know you were really close with Raleigh Purifoy back in the day.
Yes,
and I think you've owned a couple of Corvettes.
I still am. I still am close to him. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've had several Corvettes myself, and they all come with run flats, if you don't remember. But I always take them off. I think they're garbage myself. The sidewall is so hard.
Yep.
They're so they're just so rough riding and such as that. And I, luckily, knock on wood, have never had a problem when I've replaced them with non-run flats. And I always figured if I did, I would just call a flatbed for $100, and it's worth it to me.
Exactly.
So I didn't know what these were going on. Are these going on your Benz or something?
No, they're on I ventured into a new kind of car. I went to a BMW this time, and it was stupid, okay? I'm just going to say I didn't need it. I didn't need the size. I don't know why I did it. I know why I did it. Because during COVID, car prices were so crazy. It was the first time in my life I could take what was my G-Wagon might have been an 18 or something, or a 17. Well, here's what was amazing. I could sell that car and buy a brand new BMW X7 with no money. So it was so I'm thinking, if I can get a brand new car right now, just selling this, because so many people wanted that old car. I mean that model car, that G-Wagon. So many people wanted it. It was easy for me to do it. So I think
you get a much better ride, especially on the BMW. They're a little harsh anyway riding, I think. But I think you take those run flats off, you get a nice Brigstone or whatever it may be. And
I'm taking them off.
And I think you'll be much happier.
And one reason I'm taking them off, it's a waste. It's a waste when you can't fix something. I mean, that's what I think. And so thank you for the comment. I totally agree. Here's what I want to say, though. Somebody mentioned, well, if you can afford a luxury car, blah, 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 you can afford $2,000 every time you have a flat. And I thought, how ridiculous is that? It's not a matter of being able to afford something. I never waste a dime. I'm not a cheapskate at all, but I don't waste a dime. I will pay for quality. I will never waste a dime. I hate waste. I hate spending money foolishly. I live like I am poor. I mean, in how I spend money, I'm not dripping with jewels and fancy clothes and all of that. But that's the point. It doesn't matter what you can afford. You should never disrespect. I believe you shouldn't disrespect resources, including your own. That's how I feel. I grew up poor, and that's the way I am. Hugh, you have a comment about foam and tires. You would think today's technology, we could make a tire that never goes flat. I'm not talking about a run flat. I'm talking about a tire that never goes flat. You can just drive. Why do you need air in tires? Why can't we just make some kind of solid, soft, pliable tire that lasts? Hugh, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Here you are, bro. Go ahead, Hugh.
Hey, there you are.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, so years ago, I remember hearing on I think it's you guys talking about the foam in the tires.
Yes.
We had a golf cart, and we took it down, and we had those tires filled. I think it was someplace in Commerce City, and that was the roughest ride we ever had. It would knock your fillings out.
Oh.
And so I bet after 6 months, I decided to take them off and go back to regular tires. I had to cut those things apart. The foam sticks to the rim. You can't collapse it like a normal tire to get it off.
Oh, you're right. You can. Oh.
Yeah, it was a
it's really made for like tractors and stuff like that.
All right, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
well taken. I get what you're saying, Hugh. Thank you very much. And again, I don't mean to. I really don't mean to monopolize the topic, but I could not help but think. I walked up to a guy, honest to God I did, and because this happened, I said, you have run flats, right? And I said, do you know if you get a flat, how many miles on your car or on those tires? And he said about 15 or 16. I said, well, if you get a flat in any one of those tires, you're going to have to buy all 4. He says, no way, man. I said, no, people just don't even realize it. Al's got a comment. Go ahead, Al.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I was going to tell you, I have the run flats on my, I had an M3.
Okay.
That run flats on them.
Yeah.
And I got a flat in Greeley, and I didn't know I had a run flat. Most BMWs comes with that liquid that you put in your tire and a pump. So I wouldn't be surprised if you don't have that just in your corner. You just haven't seen it yet. But I had that. The problem is the thing I ran over cut the side of the tire. And so I drove it all the way back from Greeley.
Did you have to buy all 4?
No problem. Nope, that's what I was going to tell you. And then
wait, hold on. Did you replace just one?
I replaced one.
But is it an all-wheel drive car?
No, that's what I'm about to say. I don't know if it made a difference. Mine was a M3, not a SUV. I don't know if that made a difference. But I did have a run flat repaired.
Well,
they both did it. They repaired it for me.
Well, if they repaired it, you're lucky. Who repaired it? Not the dealer.
No, I think it was Deagle or one of these tire shops.
The tire shops do that. They do that at great peril because the manufacturers say you shouldn't do it. The manufacturer of the car, manufacturers of the tires, no one agrees to fixing a run flat, especially that you drove it back from Greeley. Anyway, Eva, go ahead, Eva. What's going on with you?
Hey, Tom, I just want to tell you, you are the first person that spoke.
Go ahead.
Hello?
I got you, Eva.
Oh, okay. You're the first person I ever heard who spoke to my childhood heart. I grew up the same way, and I am tighter than you wouldn't believe. But for that reason, I bought my granddaughter in Virginia a vehicle and paid cash.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Seriously. I'm not frugal. I'm just not wasteful. For example, when I go out to eat with people, I have never failed to pick up the check ever. Not once. Not once. I have never split the check. Mark, we're different. We use our business card, you jerk. But that's
Tom
because
picked up the check and handed it to me.
That's different, Mark.
Doc.
No. That's different because when we go out, even when we go out with a group,
I know from now on what I'm doing.
No, but we do it.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories. A fairly standard drive throughout the Denver Metro before we hit that 11 o'clock hour. One hiccup on the south end of town. I-225 southbound at DTC Boulevard. We're still dealing with a crash with stop and go from Parker Road. About 5 minutes of delayed driving for folks heading to the south end of the Denver Metro. Into downtown, I-25 southbound showing some brief slowdowns between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Just east of downtown, I-70 westbound road construction continues between York and Washington with slow traffic back from Dahlia and Monaco. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. Warm out there, high of 76 degrees. Overnight low of 51. Tomorrow high 78. The current temperature in Denver 67 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
We'll have the story of how two American food icons, Spam and Hershey's Chocolate, helped feed American troops in World War II. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, we do have a show. I'm doing some commercials. Then, unfortunately, I ran late, but we're going to come back to a show. So if you're on the line, stay on the line. I want to tell you about Become the Banker seminar. It's really an informational seminar on finance. All things finance tomorrow night, 6:30, Denver Tech Center, Sheridan. We still have room, but you got to get a seat. You got to call us, and we will gladly accommodate you. Mark and I will be there. Joe Cannon will be there. We'll have a bunch of people there to talk about everything financial, from taxes, insurance, long-term care, annuities, overfunding life insurance, all kinds of stuff.
Sign up now. We're going to be there tomorrow. Smartmoneymoves.info. Smartmoneymoves.info. We look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
303-800-2919. Now let's talk about Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Apropos, they're sponsors of this show, and I'm using them to put together plans for me, and you can use them too. They'll do a free analysis, and they will talk to you about everything you want to do in your retirement. Now, they don't take just rich people. They take people in all income brackets with all kinds of assets or lack of assets. They tell you how to build up for retirement. So whether you're looking to plan from 30, 35, or 40, or you're getting older and you didn't do it, call them. They're great people. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, family owned and operated. 973-663, excuse me, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211, or rpcenter.com.
Broncos country. Come be part of the home field advantage at Empower Field at Mile High, as single game tickets for the newly released 2023 Denver Broncos schedule are on sale now. Come out and cheer on your Broncos as they play host to the Green Bay Packers, New England Patriots.
Why did he?
To pay for dinner for you and your beautiful wife.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to decide what we want to do. Maybe.
Okay, I just don't. It
okay.
was already
from
March.
And this is not. What is this?
That's your reimbursement
for
malaria.
I'm sorry. You're right.
So I thought maybe you'd want to do them both at once.
Okay. All right.
Did you read his letter?
I will.
Okay.
Oh, wonderful. Oh.
He just loves that we have helped his nephew out.
Howard Kenton, what a good guy. Hey, Rich, you do trusts?
We do. Problem is, since I don't personally do them, I'm not a good person to talk and answer questions about them.
Listen, let me explain something.
Yeah.
I had somebody do a trust for me years ago, but we never finished it because he kind of had some issues. He's not a bad guy, but he just never got around to it. So then I lost touch, and then I tried to get back in touch. So yeah, it's drafted.
Okay.
But I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how do I make this official, and I don't know if it's drafted correctly. So what I would need is a review.
Yeah.
And maybe editing.
Yeah. We'll take a look.
And then I got to figure out, the only thing I got to figure out, I got to fund it. And then would I be able to just talk to someone to see what they think I'm looking at?
Yeah.
An idea?
Sure.
Okay.
We'll review it at no charge and talk to you at no charge. And if you need something done, then.
No, I mean, I'm not asking for anything free. I just want to know what because I have questions about funding trusts. Like, if I put my personal house in it, can I put my business helicopter in it? because it's part of a corporation, or does it stay? See, I don't know what to do because some of my stuff's owned by the corporation and some of it's owned by me. Can I commingle that in one trust? You know, I don't know.
Probably not.
But what one attorney told me is you put the whole corporation in the trust. Yeah. And then all those assets are owned by the trust.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing I want to talk about, and then I want to have you help me do it.
Yep, sure.
Okay, good. Is there a specific attorney you would send?
Just email me.
Okay.
And I'll make sure that...
Okay, I'll send you a copy, too, and then I'll tell you
please.
what my elements are, and then
Good.
you tell me what you think I'm looking at, and then...
Yeah, sounds good. Oh, good. There's our commercial.
We really push those webinars. People have... we get responses all the time, say, thank you, I found out about something they were looking at.
Good.
And I know they're going there, so that's good. I wish you could track it somehow, that /webinars, because I've been pushing that.
Our numbers are going up.
Good.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713 Talk. Let's go right back to Patrick has a comment, and then Ray has a story to tell. We may not get all of them. Go ahead, Patrick. What's your comment?
On the tires, so I always go to Discount Tire because, one, they offer military discount.
Yeah.
Save a little.
Yeah.
And two, they offer for like $17 or $20 tire insurance. No questions asked. They'll replace the tire. And I've actually used that because I ran over a piece of metal that flattened two of my tires out in Elizabeth.
Really?
And, oh, yeah, and they'll just change it, no questions asked. They'll either replace it for entirely free, or they give you the option to put insurance on those new tires that they just
Now,
put on.
what if you had to do all four on an all-wheel drive? Then they pay for the one and you pay for the other three?
Yeah, say if one went flat, they'll pay for that one, and the other ones, you might be stuck with that.
But listen, that's better. I like that idea of tire insurance. I like it. Anyway, I'm Tom Martino. We got Rich Harris with us from Harris Family Law. We're going to talk to him as well. And then, Ray, your horror story coming up on flats. And then, of course, we can talk about anything you want. This is just something that was on my mind today. 303-713-8255.
There are 5 costly mistakes that home sellers make. Here's mistake number 1. Sponsored by Orchard, the modern stress-free way to sell your home. Beware of those low-ball home buying services. You may feel pressured to take thousands less than your home is worth just to know it will sell quickly. Don't settle for trade-offs. Orchard not only lists your home on the market for top dollar, they'll guarantee the sale of your home with an impressive guaranteed backup offer. Orchard will even help you list your old home for top dollar after you've moved into your new home. No stress. No shoppers going through your home. You even choose your own move-out date. Talk about convenience. Forget trade-offs. Get the price you deserve while knowing when your old home will sell at Orchard. Avoid the costly mistakes home sellers make and go with Orchard. Curious about how much you could make on your home? Get a free, no-obligation cash offer at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Trevor Ault. It's crunch time for talks on raising the debt limit, and there's little time left on the clock before the June 1st default date. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned it's a hard deadline, saying Congress needs to pass a bill.
We simply must pay obligations that come due.
While sticking points remain, negotiations have resumed. ABC senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott is in Washington.
The House is scheduled to leave for recess tomorrow. Members will be leaving Washington. Negotiators say there are still significant gaps in these negotiations and discussions, and Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy has privately told his members they are nowhere near a deal.
A federal grand jury has indicted Alec Murdaugh on several charges, including conspiracy, wire fraud, and money laundering in alleged schemes dating back to 2005. He was convicted in March of murdering his wife and son. Somber remembrances today in Uvalde, Texas, marking 1 year since the mass school shooting that killed 19 children and 2 teachers. Vigil is planned for this afternoon. This is ABC News. Most of Guam is without power after a strong typhoon passed over the U.S. territory. It's the strongest storm to hit Guam in 60 years. A big rally down under calling for freedom for Australian citizen Julian Assange, who continues to be held in prison in Britain pending possible extradition to the U.S.
The idea was to send a message to President Biden, but with his trip to Australia cancelled, Assange supporters in Sydney decided to go ahead with their rally anyway. Among those addressing the crowd, Assange's wife, Stella.
It's not just Julian who has lost his freedom, but all of us. Because in order to keep Julian in prison, they have had to corrupt their own rules and their own principles.
A recent Sydney Morning Herald poll shows nearly 80% of respondents want the U.S. to end the pursuit of the WikiLeaks founder. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
The Boston Celtics are still hanging on after fending off elimination last night against the Miami Heat. Trevor Ault, ABC News.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No. We have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
KHOW News Time, 11:03.
After a record $19 million settlement, the parents of Christian Glass working to keep his memory alive. Glass was shot and killed by a deputy last year. The settlement will be paid by Clear Creek County, the state of Colorado, the town of Georgetown, and the city of Idaho Springs. Christian's mother, Sally Glass, spoke with Fox 31.
We've had complete strangers just sobbing, on our shoulders because they've watched the body cam footage. I mean, anyone in the world can watch our son being murdered on YouTube.
They say the financial component is not the most important part of the settlement. There are several other provisions, such as Clear Creek County creating a crisis response team and the state changing the training that law enforcement receives. The Colorado State Patrol has investigated hundreds of hit and runs so far this year, and the State Patrol calls the number alarming. They say that leaving the scene of a crash could result in felony charges against the driver involved. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
A fairly standard drive throughout the Denver Metro before we hit that 11 o'clock hour. One hiccup on the south end of town. I-225 southbound at DTC Boulevard. We're still dealing with a crash with stop and go from Parker Road. About 5 minutes of delayed driving for folks heading to the south end of the Denver Metro. Into downtown, I-25 southbound showing some brief slowdowns between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Just east of downtown, I-70 westbound road construction continues between York and Washington with slow traffic back from Dahlia and Monaco. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. Warm out there, high of 76 degrees, overnight low of 51, tomorrow high 78. The current temperature in Denver is 67 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to save big on custom faux wood blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. And right now, save 50% off any order during our Memorial Day sale. Blindster.com.
Everyone wants financial security. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Don't leave your personal finances to chance or the whims of the stock market. Get real information on the evening of May 25th in a live presentation. I'll be there with financial experts to talk about income for life, no loss, written guarantees, insurance, Social Security, Medicare, and more. Get answers to important questions. No obligation. Sign up now. 303-800-2919. 303-800.
They know at a very intimate level what's going on with this person along with you. They know all of it. That's right. And yet, nobody's coming to the rescue of church.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's going on with you? This hour brought to you by 888heating.com. Get air conditioner guaranteed lowest price. And by the way, that's for the same equipment. They carry the top brands, 303-770-2776. Welcome to the show. Rich Harris is with us from Harris Family Law. And we're going to be talking about some things texted as well. You can text to us at 57739 or email help@troubleshooter.com or give us a call. By the way, you can call 24/7 on 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Okay, now, I'll take this as long as you want to comment on it, but then I'll go on to other things as well. But we were talking about tires because I had a flat. I know it sounds crazy. I had a flat, but I didn't realize that when you have a flat with a run-flat tire, you literally have to replace all 4 tires 99.9% of the time, okay? Because you can't fix a run flat, and therefore you have to replace it. If you have an all-wheel drive car with more than 5,000 miles on the tires, you can't replace just one. So a flat means $2,000, maybe a little less, but that's what it means. Now, to me, that's wasteful. That's crazy, especially in a world where we're trying to cut down on waste. I mean, you are making disposable tires, and I think it's a horror. I think it's terrible. And I told the dealer, don't put those back on there. I want regular tires that can be repaired because I'm going to repair tires. Unless, of course, if one blows out with any kind of car nowadays, you got to buy them all. It's just, but still. Then one guy called and said, Tom, there is a company, or there was a company I heard about, I thought it was on your show, where they shaved down the new tire to match the old one so you don't have to buy all 4. I had forgotten about that, and I gotta research that. But anyway, I'm going to take this call, and then any other calls on other topics or this topic is fine. Ray, you have a comment, a horror story on run flats. Go ahead, sir.
You bet I do, Tom. Brand new BMW X5, 3,000 miles on it. Was taking a trip to Mount Rushmore. Had a flat tire on Highway 85, about 30 miles south of Newcastle. Hit the BMW Assist, and they said, well, you can drive 50 miles, the same old standard.
Yeah, 50 miles an hour, 50 miles, right.
Yeah, and they said, well, we'll tow you to the nearest dealer, which was in Fort Collins, like 6 hours away. So I said no to that, and I drove to Newcastle at 5 o'clock on a Friday. Nobody is open.
How many miles? How many miles?
6 hours, Newcastle, Wyoming, 3,000 miles. So I come to find out from the AAA guy in Newcastle, there's no run flat tires in the state of Wyoming. There's no run flat tires in the state of South Dakota. And there's no run flat tires in the state of Montana to buy. So I talked to the AAA guy. He said because of the road temperatures up there and it's colder, he said you can drive a lot more than 50 miles. So I ended up driving 137 miles on the run flat, waited 3 days. I ordered the closest tire I could get was from the tire rack.
Hold on. Why didn't you buy all 4 tires? You're supposed to buy all 4.
Only 3,000 miles.
Oh, I see. You're right. Only 3,000 miles. You're right. You didn't have to. Got it.
Yeah, so I didn't have to. But I did. But I couldn't get the tire. It was Friday night. I couldn't get the tire till Monday. And so it was
why?
Like
My God.
But what a mess. I mean, the best that BMW could do was tow the car 6 hours to Fort Collins. And then they weren't sure that they had a tire. They couldn't tell me they had a tire for sure. But BMW was of no help. and no remuneration whatsoever for anything. So I'm dead set against run flats.
Now, you're going to have people say that they're a safety thing, and in fact, I think that's what Smarty Marty wants to talk about. He texted me a preview. Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, hi, Tom. If you remember, last year you and I had this conversation on the air, and you had one of your experts on because I didn't know anything about run flats.
Yeah.
And I had a Mercedes that I got a flat tire in one of the worst parts of Florida at about 11 o'clock at night. Now, if I had a run flat, I could have gotten home, but I had to rely on AAA, which takes about an hour, and I'm in a bad area. So that's one reason I prefer a run flat, is for safety reasons.
Yep.
Just to get out of there.
That's true. That's true.
And I don't want my wife anywhere where she's waiting for AAA.
Yep, I understand.
So that's what I did it. But I did listen to your experts, whoever they were, at the time, and they thought it was a good idea to have run flats for my purpose.
No, I'm not telling you I hate the concept of a run flat. I love the concept of a run flat. What I hate is the waste.
No, I agree. But I do it for safety. That I don't want to get, robbed. I don't want to get knifed. And I just want to get out of it. If I'm in a bad area, I want to get out of there.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm home, close to home, then yeah, I would go with conventionals because I don't mind waiting for AAA.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. And you know what? Here's the deal.
You don't need to replace all four. You just have to replace the two of the same axle.
Well, actually, not so. Not with the X-Drive, and not with most. It depends, Marty. You're right. On some of them, you're right. You can do that.
I guess my car.
Yeah,
the
you
car
can.
I had, it was okay. So
there are certain ones, by the way. There are certain ones you can do two at a time, and you're right. Yeah, and that's another reason. It's always good to make sure you have good alignment and rotating tires regularly. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to find, by the way, there was a survey that people are getting tired of women being called Karens as an insult. I still don't know what a Karen is.
I can tell you what a Karen is.
Really, what is a Karen? I don't know what a Karen is.
It's a middle-aged white woman who displays some kind of anti-woke properties.
Are you sure that?
Absolutely.
Are you sure? Why
Yes.
anti-woke?
Because you asked me what a Karen is. That's what a Karen is.
How do you know that? Here's what it says. A Karen. Oh, it doesn't have it in this one. This has a real Karen. Okay. Slang. Karen is a pejorative term, of course you said that, for a white woman perceived to be entitled or demanding beyond the scope of what is normal. They don't say anything about wokeness.
Well, I
think a woke woman. So are you saying a woke woman cannot be a Karen?
Right.
Well, that's not what this says. This is Wikipedia. This is Wikipedia, and
this is Manfrepedia.
Now listen. So Wikipedia, and it says entitled, and it is who, and they are also sexist, ageist, classist.
I just put that into a definition of woke rather than listing everything that they can be against.
But it's white women.
Yeah, middle-aged white women.
So they say in the African American culture you can't be a Karen, but they do have another term, and it was Becky. Did you know Becky? For a black woman, and then Karen for a white woman. I think that's what they said. That's Wikipedia. Anyway, here's the deal. I want to find a name for a man who's entitled and obnoxious.
It's a Kevin. That's what they do.
It is really?
Yeah, it's a Kevin.
Come on.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Why do you know this?
We're here to educate you, Tom.
Oh, my God. Where did you hear Kevin, Doc? Come on, like Mr. Hip.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's all over the place. All right, we got more coming right up.
Seriously, those are the two terms people use.
What's that? I didn't know, Kevin. I didn't know that. I don't think that's a good one. I think Norman would be better.
It's too late.
And what's Felicia?
I've never heard of a Felicia.
Oh, there's a Felicia. Bye, Felicia. You know, I can't believe this, but there's actually an attorney that puts his money where his mouth is, and I'm talking about John Fuller, Fuller Law. And let me tell you this, John Fuller truly wants to make sure you have the right stuff. The right stuff when it comes to doing an accident. If you're in an accident, you should always record things. Now, he recommends you have a cell phone, of course, and take pictures. Take down license plate numbers, names, addresses, the officer, if there's an officer involved. Now, obviously, you got to attend to injuries if you have them, severe injuries, but you can always snap a few pictures. But even better, where you don't have to think about anything, what's even better is a dash cam. Suze, do you guys have a dash cam? Oh, that's right. The Tesla has the built-in cameras. Well, for those of us who don't have Teslas, if you need help, John Fuller's doing a camera giveaway. I love that. So he's doing a dash cam giveaway. And he's putting his money where his mouth is. That's what I mean by that. And if you want to get this dash cam, all you have to do is, listen to this, fuller-cams.com. And then you can get a free, well, not everyone gets one. He gives away one monthly. But you can enter there, fuller-cams.com. With a dash cam, John Fuller says you have all the evidence you need to help you in any situation. Now, of course, if you're a jerk and you cause the problem, it's going to count against you, right? But I'm talking about for most of us. Truly, a dash cam can help you. It also helps if you're a witness to something else. Fuller-cams.com. Just register. You have nothing to lose. And then he's going to make a drawing. And, of course, if you ever need a personal injury attorney, always think of John, who promises to handle your case personally. You get his cell phone number and personal attention. You're never a number. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. The Raleigh House is a place to call if you have mental health or addiction or substance abuse issues. We don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg. Whatever happens to you, if you find yourself with an alcohol problem, a substance problem, you don't know who to talk to, you can call the Raleigh House, and you can call them free of charge, by the way, right now, and you can ask your questions. But what I like about the Raleigh House, they're for real. They've been here for years, and they can help address your problems. They even have interventional services. So here's what I want you to do. If you or a loved one are suffering from addiction, it's not going to go away on its own. 720-891-4657, 720-891-4657, theRaleighHouse.com. I'm sorry, I should have told you. It was supposed to be me and Mark, but he wasn't here.
So you know my favorite commercial to hate is that Nevada's commercial. I'm just so sick of that.
I know.
But what I hate is the guy says, my name is blah, 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 and I invented Navage. And I love Navage. Well, of course you love the product. You invented the goddamn thing. And it's making you a bunch of money, so why wouldn't you love it?
Find us at comparinginsurance.com. Comparing Insurance Agency. Local agents, expert advice.
And there's number 4. Jesse Kelly here. I'm not a financial expert, but I do look for solid investment opportunities for
investment growth and protection against loss. I do know that putting all your eggs in one basket is not a good financial plan. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver with Oxford Gold is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Or you can buy precious metals and keep them in your safe. One app, one call, and you pick your precious metal. That's 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories. Smoky skies to start your Wednesday, where you see temperatures stay in the upper 70s and then some showers and thunderstorms later on this afternoon, some of which could become strong to severe. I'm Fox 31 Info Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
We'll have our Memorial Day special celebrating the man behind the Lee Brice song, I Drive Your Truck, Jared Monte from his late father, Paul. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KL. An iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have open lines now. You know how they go. They fill up. We go through them. So give us a call and you get right through. If you have a problem, question, complaint. I got Rich Harris with us from the Harris Law Firm. Rich, I wanted to ask you this. I don't know if I ever actually asked you directly. Was there a COVID effect on divorce because people were shut in together? Was there an effect on families?
It's a great question, Tom. We're asked this a lot. Yes, there was.
Really? Was it from being cooped up together?
You know, we think so, Tom, and it took 2 or 3 months after everything got shut down that March, but we began to see a spike in calls. And what we figured out, and this wasn't just us, a lot of smarter people around the country came to this conclusion too, all of the elements for marital strife were there during the epidemic. You have people losing jobs, people getting sick, people, of course, being cooped up under the same roof.
And financial general financial.
Absolutely. So anybody who has already a strained relationship, you add in one or more of those elements, and boom, it's a disaster. Very sad.
And did they tell you, well, I couldn't stand being around him or around her? I mean, was that any kind of thing like that or what?
Not usually. I mean, they talked about the problems in the relationship.
Okay. That came to a head or something?
It came to a head.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I understand, and I don't know why, there's a trend that I've read about going on where more and more people in their retirement and older age are separating or getting divorced. And one woman in this survey or an interview, I don't think she was part of the survey, was asked why she did it. And she said, you know, you get to an age where you say, you know, enough's enough. The kids are gone. Why am I with this creep?
Yeah, you know, Tom.
Is that a trend?
It is, and there's a term for it.
Gray divorce, right?
Gray divorce. We have seen a huge increase in the last, I'd say, 10 or 15 years in people in their 60s, 70s, even 80s getting
God almighty,
divorce.
80s. Yeah.
You know, and part of it, Tom, is people are living longer and they have better health. So they start to think, all right, I'm not going to be miserable. Right, I'm not, I have some time left.
Wow. What happens in a case like that? If they're both retired for years, who does the maintenance? Is there maintenance?
There generally isn't.
They just take their toys and go home?
Yeah, and the biggest problem usually is dividing up the joint toys or the joint assets, like a house, like big retirement accounts. They often have other assets, the family boat or RV. It's
messy, huh?
Difficult.
But
it's
no
messy.
Kids usually to worry about none of that.
No kids to deal with custody on, but the kids are often involved. The kids have a stake. They view it as their money too. Their parents aren't long for the world, perhaps, and we have a hard time fighting off the understandably interested kids in what's going on with their family.
And you have to tell them that your mom or your dad can do what they want.
We don't. Yeah, we don't even talk to them without our client's consent anyway.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
So the gray divorces are growing. People are saying, "Look, why put up with this any longer?" Are there any other triggers? We've had the COVID thing. We have the aging retirement thing. And one of the things this woman said, I forgot to actually finish that story. She said it was when he was retired and around more. I didn't realize how irritating it is to have him around all day because he wasn't doing much. Now, do you get some of that where they weren't together so much and the togetherness is what brought it on?
Yeah, I mean, Tom, great point. I mean, take it full circle back to the discussion about COVID. Same kind of deal. People are around each other more. They have less things to occupy themselves. And if the relationship is not strong, that's when you're going to start to see the cracks.
Now, telephonically, we've done some advances during COVID. A lot of hearings and depositions or different kinds of things can be done telephonically. Did you carry on? Did people carry on that tradition much like people remote working? How did that work?
The practice of law, not only in Colorado, but all around the world, is permanently changed, Tom. Video hearings are here to stay.
That's easier. Doesn't that cut down on time, too? On expense?
It cuts down on time, expense, stress to folks who don't have to come to a downtown courthouse, deal with parking, dress up, etc. We're not doing it for important contested hearings, but we're doing it for a lot of the initial appearances. Mediation these days is 95% all on Zoom.
Really? Wow.
Really.
So that's got to be way more convenient.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. And I do mediations myself. I'm a trained mediator, and it's such a great process.
And people can save a ton of money.
They can save money. It's efficient. And mediation in general is great. Absolutely.
But what is the percentage of successful mediations? Do they always go through to the end, or do most of them end up in divorce anyway? Or I mean in conventional divorce? Or can you mediate all the way through most of the time? How does that work?
I would say 9 out of 10 times we reach a settlement in mediation.
Wow.
It's a full-blown divorce settlement. We do the paperwork.
For both parties.
We can do it for both parties, but we always recommend each party gets independent advice on whatever the agreement is.
But
right.
As a mediator, you're doing it for both. You're not representing one or the other.
Correct. We can do that. People don't even have to set foot in a courtroom at all.
What happens if you enter into mediation and then you hit a stubborn point? Maybe it's the dog, maybe it's a 401k, whatever it is, and then all of a sudden one party is done. Can you still represent the other party, or you've got to back out?
Great question. No, we can't represent either of them. Ooh. If I'm the mediator,
and then it goes to court,
I'm conflicted out forever for both of them.
So they really need to be ready to mediate.
So if people call you and are interested in mediation, you even have to be careful if one or the other calls. So how do you handle that? If people listening right now want a mediation, you know, Rich, I heard people sometimes can do a mediation complete with everything for $5,000 sometimes.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Absolutely, Tom. We do several every year that are $5,000 or less.
How does that compare to a full-blown 2-attorney divorce?
Okay, now that depends on income, assets, and anger.
Typical.
Yeah, and it's going to be multiples.
It really depends.
My mediation cost less than $300. It was 15 years ago.
Well, yeah. Well, you know, that's an hour at a time, and you had everything. But here's the point. Seriously, Mark, I knew people who literally lost everything in a divorce because they hated each other, and no one won. The attorneys won, and the attorneys didn't even because they couldn't even get all their fees.
Right.
So it's like terrible. It's anger, assets, and it's all about
the vengeance. Probably is the biggest
now,
part.
if you can take that out of it and convince people, listen, the judge doesn't care. No one cares if he cheated on you. No one cares if he does drugs. Now, with child care and all that, they could come into the drug thing and stuff, or
no, but I understand in general.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I think. I don't think a total divorce, anyone right now, if there's any conflict at all in a total divorce, can be done under $25,000. I'm talking about not one party.
You mean both sides?
Yes, both. Add it all up. Do you think?
I'm not sure if I'd say 25, Tom, but
okay,
your ballpark
no, you
for
tell
sure.
me. You tell me.
If it's completely uncontested, probably can be done for $15,000.
Now that's both parties.
Both parties,
yeah.
Right?
Now,
can one? You guys have what?
That's if it's uncontested. That's if it's uncontested.
Do you guys have 50 attorneys?
We're at about 30.
30
Mark.
attorneys. Can a husband have one of your attorneys and the wife the other, or same law firm, totally different deal?
No, the firm is conflicted out.
That's right.
Okay.
Now, here's the other thing. You hear me talking about big firms and you're just a number. And that's true when it comes to personal injury, because I'm going to tell you why. Because they have to represent you and only you on an injury, and you don't want to be at a call center and then sloughed off to assistant attorneys. With divorce or taxes or business litigation, it's exactly the opposite. It's personal. Or estate planning, you want as many attorneys as you can so the ones skilled in that area can handle it. That's the difference between personal injury and, let's say, business and estate and family law and tax law. You can't go to just one guy and hope he knows everything about your tax or business situation. And in a divorce, I've heard Rich before say, this person can handle that because there's an international factor, or this person can handle that because there are unusual assets. So he has in his mind somewhere, or probably on paper, that one associate, like I was asking him something during the break to help me with, not a divorce or anything like that, but some estate stuff I was just asking, and he's thinking of a person already. So that's the benefit of having that wisdom.
I appreciate,
Tom, but isn't that the way it works?
I appreciate you saying it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think we're all better lawyers by having diverse perspectives.
Exactly.
We have different backgrounds. We have different levels of expertise. And we've also
But then one handles it. Then it's not like you have 50 handling it. You have one once they settle into whoever can handle it best.
Do you ever find, well, I'm sure you do, but how often do you find a female wanting a female attorney to represent and a male wanting a male, or even the opposite, a male wanting a female? I mean, is that pretty standard, or do they go off of, do people actually pick a divorce attorney based on sex?
They do. It happens a lot. And sometimes they don't say it, but they're on a website. Is it like an emotional connection
they probably think they're going to have?
Or strategic.
Right.
Some men believe that if they have a female attorney, that it will show that they're not such a heel or they're not such a bad guy.
Okay.
Because they give a female perspective.
It's like some kind of reverse psychology.
Especially if the female, the wife, is charging the husband with all kinds of, stuff. And not necessarily criminal stuff, but just just emotional abuse and all. She brings up all this stuff. Then he gets a female attorney. The females, it just gives a different perspective. And the same goes with everything. I mean, divorce is a terrible thing, and I just wish that people could take the anger and hostility out of it and the false accusations out of it. Because you're hurting the children when you do that.
Absolutely, Tom.
When you ruin each other's reputation, you also can ruin their ability to make a living or to be a credible person. And then the kids grow up wondering which one is right and which one is wrong. It's a terrible thing.
This has been the focus of my entire career, Tom. I care more about this than almost anything else.
I know, because how many kids you have?
I've got a bunch.
Yeah.
I love kids. My wife and I are blessed with a lot of kids.
Yeah.
But if people can chill out and think about their kids and truly think about them, not just they've got to be with me because my soon-to-be ex is a nightmare, but really lower the conflict, they're going to save them.
Oh my God, you save so much money. And not only that, but it's an easier transition. But here's the deal. The anger usually comes with cheating, right? Doesn't it come with cheating? Or are there other reasons for the anger? I mean, I guess not always cheating, but a lot of times it's cheating or what?
Yeah, but generally the cheating, the cheating might be the explosion at the end, but the catalyst could have started way before that.
Oh, of course.
Isn't money also a big thing, Rich?
Money is huge. I have a theory that love and hate are sort of the same emotion.
Oh, my God, they're close.
The opposite sort of reaction to an intense feeling. So the people that were most in love, most passionate, sometimes have the ugliest divorces.
All right, we got more coming up. Hold on one second.
I didn't hear the stinger.
I'm in off break, but I'll take you right after the break, okay?
Was it in New York or was it here?
No, it's here.
Really? Do you remember who you used?
No, it was in 2005.
Uh-huh. Good
But
for you.
They made sure we had two meetings, man and a woman. We presented our agreement. They said, we both happy
Oh,
with
you
it?
already come to your agreement?
Well, yeah, we had written out an agreement.
Yeah, good.
And they said, are you happy with it? Yes. Are you happy with it? Yes. Give it to the judge. Judge approved it. And that was it.
Good for you.
We had decided everything,
That's best.
right down the middle.
Not many people can do that.
You realize Bud Light is hurting so bad right now. Listen to this. This is so
Wait till you
crazy.
see what happens to Miller and to Target and to all.
Not only they're hurting so bad, the other brands can't fulfill
the
orders.
But
like bars are running out of beer because no one will drink Bud Light, and the other ones are running out of beer.
But they own
That's
Michelob,
unbelievable.
They own Michelob Ultra. So that they're going to put a big advertising campaign.
That would
on
be
Michelob
smart.
Ultra.
Well, they already have done one or two patriotic ads.
Yeah.
You know what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Sheridan Auto Tech. If you have a problem with your car, you can have honesty, value, convenience, knowledge, all of the things you want in a repair shop. And I know Kevin personally. I send everyone I know to SheridanAutotech.com on Colfax, just west of Wadsworth. You'll love it. Worth the drive. And especially if you have an electrical issue. They have a whole electrical department that can troubleshoot and fix anything electrical. Plus, of course, major maintenance, minor maintenance, repairs. 303-455-7242. SheridanAutotech.com.
Somebody had a great idea how to fix homelessness. You want to hear their idea?
Yeah.
You give them.
Boy, you're right. I don't know how to get it either.
You give
Hey,
the,
Suzanne, can you get this working for him?
Why can't you get it working?
I don't know what the pin is.
Yeah, logged out.
I have no idea what the pin is.
What is a pin?
That's how you log into that tablet. It's just.
Oh, whose tablet is it?
It's mine. It
Okay. Okay.
It works, Mark. It just timed out. So if you just want to relight it up.
Well, that's
Till
what, I
get
don't
it
even know.
figured out.
Okay.
Oh, you just.
What is it?
It's this 1379. And
Okay.
then it comes back up.
Perfect.
I don't know how to keep it from timing out.
I got
It's not a big deal.
You can do it on settings.
You just touch it
I
every.
looked and it just gave me up
You
to
touch it
something.
every now and
Well,
then. What
it's-
kind of
it's
tablet is it?
1379.
I
Got
gotta
it.
get something for in here because this computer,
Got it.
our
Doesn't
desk can't see call screener. So I'm using my personal one until we get.
I let them look at mine. It's no big deal, Suze.
No,
that?
I just turn this around.
Yeah, but you're not here
no.
every day.
Now that I've got the code.
Just not on
good.
Tuesday.
Yeah, 1379.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. I'm
So
good.
here's how you fix homelessness, Mark. When you see these guys standing on the corner with the signs, give them a counterfeit bill. When they go to buy something with it, they get arrested and put in jail. Cures homelessness.
Doc.
What? That's a great idea.
I don't even know if you go to jail for a $1 or $5 bill. I have no idea.
Well, I'm gonna give them a 20.
Mandy Call here with the legal minute from my friends at Bell & Pollock. Listen for more great advice on the Bell & Pollock Injury Show, Saturdays at 10 on KOA.
Hi, I'm Dan Bell, and I'm from the Bell & Pollock Real Injury Attorneys, and this is your legal minute. Today we're talking about injury, real injury attorneys. We can help you if you've been injured. Think about this. If I told you I was in a
Excuse me.
accident yesterday, and if I told you I hurt my low back, I was rear-ended, and nothing else.
You guys, the one thing you don't do is personal injury, huh?
Well,
never.
that's not the one thing.
Yeah, we
That's
don't-
that they do. There's a lot they don't do. They do family and estate. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We actually do some criminal stuff if it's
Oh,
related to family.
Okay.
So like if there's domestic violence
Yeah.
charge, which often happens,
I know it often happens.
A couple of attorneys that are great at that.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And you know, here's the sad thing about this domestic thing. Even though mine was discharged and the governor he had it expunged, it doesn't fucking matter. It still shows up.
It still lives on Yahoo.
Well, and especially when you're a public figure like I was. And it's been so many years, but people who hate me, they'll always bring it up. And here's the worst thing in the world. This is the worst thing. Police write reports like this. This is how they write a report. Not he said, she said, she said. It's this. on the date of so-and-so at such and such a time, Tom and so-and-so were driving home. They stopped at a red light, and he proceeded to punch her in the face several times. Now, listen, there's no evidence, no camera, nothing.
There's nothing, yeah.
She said that, so
Right.
they put it in a police report. So now, if someone hates me, like on Next Door it happened, this was 15 years ago, they go like this. They say, they put the article up and quote, police said he punched his wife in the face 5 times. Now, they don't go on to say it was discharged, dismissed, not discharged, dismissed, and expunged, right? So that lives forever. Even though the system of justice goes from here to here, you can pick any part of it. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
Right.
That's why that motherfucker, that's why that got,
You
that's
can't
why,
scrub it.
No, but let me tell you, that's why that actor took Amber Heard, what's his name?
Yeah,
Johnny Depp.
Depp took Amber Heard to court because he wanted public record of her being punished for it.
And he got it.
Yeah, he did. He was Amber Hearded. Like, you know what? I'll bet you it happens. Now listen, no one wants to see a woman get hurt. No one. And you have to arrest someone, but to crucify them even after it's only done as a weapon, right? Police don't do it, judges don't do it, but it's a terrible thing. Yeah. There's a fine line. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Alan, welcome to the show. You have a comment on run flat tires. Go ahead, Alan.
I got a question, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tom, I don't call you very often, but I listen to you ever since you've been on the air.
Yeah, thank you.
You good. You do good job.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you had a car with a run flat tire and you can put on the regular tires. But do you know some of the cars you cannot put the regular tires unless you buy the new rims?
No.
Wait a minute. Usually, Alan, there's always a substitute, and you don't have to buy new rims. Now, why do you think you have to buy new rims to convert from run flat to regular air tires? I mean, they're all air, but regular tires, I mean.
I think it might have something to do with the way the tires seat on the rim, because I don't know for sure for how many cars, but I've
never heard of that. You're saying that there are certain rims that can only take run flats?
Yes.
I don't. Mark, do you think that's...
One of the cars I ran into...
Never heard of it.
Go ahead.
I had a car business, too, for a while.
Okay, what car?
And that particular car was a Honda Odyssey.
And it could only take run flats.
Right. I had a couple of customers. They had I'm talking 2013, 14, 15 models. I don't know now. I sold my business. I retired. But the customer, he wanted me to put a regular tires in, and then Honda people told me that you cannot do that. You have to buy 4 new rims.
Hold on. It says here, a wide variety of luxury automakers fit run flat tires to cars at the factory. Most BMWs and Mini models. Mercedes sedans and SUVs also come with run flats, and other luxury brands. However, can any car use them? Yeah, this says any car can use them. I don't know about any cars that need them,
As long as
though.
it's the same tire size, none of it matters. You can run either. I mean, I respectfully disagree.
Oh, yeah, this one is indicating that you can take any kind of tire.
Now, the manufacturer might not suggest it because they don't put a spare in the vehicle or something, but who cares?
That's right. Beamer said to me, we don't recommend it because you don't have the spare. But the
other problem is I got a couple of cars in my family. I got run flats. One of them is Mercedes. They don't have a spare tire. Let's say I decide to put regular tires, and then you don't have a spare. What do you do?
If you don't have run flat and you don't have a spare, here's my theory.
No, I do. Yeah.
My theory is you call a tow truck and you do your thing, and you'll still save money over having to replace all 4 tires.
Yeah, there's also stuff like Fix-A-Flat for emergencies and compressors.
Yeah, I need to carry some of that. That's a good idea, the Fix-A-Flat.
I think that would have got you through until you needed to replace all the tires.
Wow, I
You
should
know,
have
I don't
done
want
that.
I don't want to take much of your time, but I just want to tell you real quick. I have a Mercedes S-Class 22, last year's model. And it happens about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. I was around Parker Road and Arapahoe Road. I hit a big pothole. It was night. I blew a right front tire.
Wow.
I made it home. I live in Highlands Ranch. But what I want to tell you is this Littleton Mercedes, they were no help at all. I had only 1,200 miles on the car. And they told me not only that they didn't have that tire, they said, we don't offer that tire anymore. You have to buy 4. And I have only 1,200 miles on a $130,000 car.
Did you find the tire somewhere else?
Yeah, my son had a couple of German cars, and he deal with the Schwab tires. He knew somebody over there. They ordered it for me, and they replaced it. But after about 3-4 weeks, I don't know what triggered that.
See, there's a stigma, I believe, in that. If you walk into a German car dealership, I don't care if it's BMW or Mercedes, possibly Audi, but really BMW and Mercedes, and you buy a vehicle like that, I think you just become a target for that dealership. They think you're going to buy anything they pitch to
Now,
you.
you know what? There's some truth to that,
I
Mark.
really do think that. I also think if an HVAC guy rolls up into a nice gated community and pitches an air conditioner, they're going to pitch the top of the line and not give any other options.
I think there is pricing by address. I do, and pricing by car. Garage Kings for your garage floors. No down payments, guaranteed lowest prices, guaranteed for life. You just don't do better. GarageKings.com, 720-252-0370.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Hey, Fairly Standard Drive, they're at the Denver Metro for the 11 o'clock hour.
I missed the part on COVID, so if you had to see an increase or decrease in anything you guys do, what do you take out of COVID? What do you take out of a 1-year lockdown, a year and a half, whatever you want to call it?
Divorces spiked. Divorces spiked for about a year because people are cooped up.
Yep.
Domestic violence was going up, not
Police
garbage
have that.
stuff, but real stuff. Shelters are getting filled. Drug abuse is another problem when people are inside.
Depression.
People.
What we did to these poor kids.
The kids.
Unheard of.
Yeah, they lost 2 years of their life.
The younger, the elementary kids literally lost 2 years of their life.
Yeah.
Unless they had parents that stepped up.
Yep.
You know, K&H Home Solutions is the oldest home improvement company. They've been around the longest. Now 3 owners. I knew the first owner, the second owner, Ted, what a wonderful man, and now Lee Diamond and his crew at K&H, carrying on the same tradition of the wonderful products, maintenance-free, like Soft Light and Provia windows, elegant Provia entry doors, and maintenance-free diamond coat siding, and all of it 30% off. 30% off roofing, 15% off khwindows.com. For more information, 303-421-7100.
Longer break, isn't it?
Do you know where the rest?
I do. Do I need a passcode?
No, if you go that way, you don't.
All right, thank you. Very
Yes,
fast.
dear.
What do you want to do about Become the Banker tomorrow? We have their seminar. They're in studio tomorrow. Do you
We're
want
gonna
them here?
we're gonna push the hell out of them.
Are you going to come in for that?
What time is that seminar?
6:30.
Oh, I'll be home then. I'll just go home.
You're going to stay home. Okay, Mark and
But
I'll
then
be
I'll
in.
meet you there.
We're gonna go home after the show. Then meet you there.
Yeah, just because
We can meet if you want to meet an hour before. So
I would
have
say,
a drink or
I would
something?
say at least a half hour before. If an hour, I'll do whatever you want to do.
where is that anyhow? The Sheridan Tech Center.
That's a good idea. 5:30. Let's meet.
Oh, 5:30. Okay.
Is it right behind? Is that the one next to Shanahan's?
Sheraton? No.
Not Shanahan's.
Is it near Shanahan's? I think you might have. Yeah, I think that.
Is it the one connected to Shanahan's, basically?
No, it's not connected. I don't think. Sheridan.
Well, I mean the same parking lot.
I don't think so. Sheridan Tech Center. Sheridan Tech Center. Sheridan Tech Center. So, Sheridan Tech Center, right there. It's not even near. Where's Shanahan's? This is
Oh, it's by Maggiano's. It's between Maggiano's and what's this road here?
Oh, that's Sleep In. Wait,
Yeah.
that's Sheridan right
Mark,
there. Yeah.
it's right after Maggiano's on the frontage road.
We're sure it's a Sheridan Tech Center, right? Okay, then it's there. It's,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, then let's meet.
What do you mean at Maggiano's?
Meet right at Maggiano's.
Or
Okay.
is there a bar right at Sheraton?
Maggiano's. See, I don't.
Maggiano's might be crowded. At 5:30, they're not crowded.
Well, there'll be a place at the bar or whatever.
Wherever you want, I'm fine.
All right.
I don't even recognize that hotel. Isn't that funny?
Me neither. Me neither.
Oh, guess who else is going to be there?
Who?
I got John with Integra coming in Day.
Good. God, they helped me so much. I was so fucking hooked up. My cardio workup, every fucking thing I had done, which, by the way, stellar results. Honest to God.
What do they do? Do they literally put you on a treadmill, or what do they do?
Oh yeah, not only a treadmill, but then you have to do they do an echocardiogram. You come off, go back, come off. Oh yeah, and they take pictures and they highlight everything, and then they do your veins and arteries.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. So anyway, they said my heart's like a 40-year-old. No shit. They said it was perfect. Not one thing, not one closure, not one.
Any history of heart disease in the family?
No. So anyway,
They're Italians. They drink too much red wine.
we have no cancer or heart disease in my family.
So what'd they die of?
Old age. One was hit by a car at 90. I mean, I'm telling you, they die in their 90s.
Wow.
But I'm not saying.
I think Italians in general have more longevity than.
But my family on both sides,
backgrounds.
I swear to God, we had people. Now I'll tell you one thing was rampant is type 2 diabetes, but that's mostly lifestyle.
In your family?
In the aunts, uncles, yeah. Yep. I think so. Fuck, this is only a 3-star hotel. That's scary. Why would you put that in your ad?
What is this?
Sheridan, Texas. You know what's funny? As you get older and more successful, you can tell how more successful you are by, and I said this once to Stephanie, by how many hotels do not meet your expectations.
Right.
Because your house is better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why go there?
Yeah,
it's good.
It's like, it used to be fun to go downtown and get a hotel room in.
Yeah.
And now you're thinking, why do I want to stay here?
Yeah.
I think
So you have to get a better hotel as you get older and more successful. You're honest to God because you're used to it.
Cool.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So let's talk to Juan. Juan, what's going on?
How you doing?
Good, Juan. What can we do for you, man?
Hey, I think that you got my message. I run a business in Fort Morgan, Colorado.
Yeah, that's why we called you, and we promised to call you if you get it, and you did what we said. So that's why we have you on, sir. We got your problem, so explain it to our audience, and let's see what we can do to help you.
Well, we had a problem with there's a company out of Lubbock, Texas. They're called Wholesale Payments.
And what do they do?
So they sell credit card machines, merchant services, and also a point of sale system.
Yep.
And they have what they do is they recruit people, recruit sales guys.
Now, were you a sales guy? Were you a sales guy for them, or were you a customer?
No, I own Village Liquor in Fort Morgan, a liquor store.
Okay.
My family owns the liquor store.
Village Liquors, okay.
Yeah, we've been here for about 30 plus years in the business,
and you contracted with Wholesale Payments.
They have sales guys that kind of just roam the country, different states, and sell their systems.
Yeah.
I checked them out. I went online, did a little research. Everything looked to be good. Well, once everything went through, they got the systems here. They sat here for 2 weeks. They were no good. They didn't have.
Man,
no,
I wish you would have
window.
gone to us. We have a great, Mark and I have a processing company that does a great job.
Oh, they're unbelievably
but hold
good.
on. Let's see what we can do to get you out of this if it's bad. Did you say the equipment did not work?
So when the equipment got here, I went to. They messaged me and said, "Don't hook the equipment up until we call you to do a setup and go over it. Don't unpack the equipment."
That's fair. So what went wrong?
So 2 weeks go by, no calls, nothing. The sales guy kind of ditched me once I got the stuff. Once I got the equipment here, so I just went unpacked it, went to hook it up. It didn't have a Windows 10 key on neither system. I had two systems, so right there was kind of a red flag for me because it told me that I bought a computer system with no software that was illegal because it didn't have no keys to it, software keys. No software activation codes for the software for POS system for the liquor store.
So wait a minute. Once they delivered the equipment, they never came back to help.
Never called me. Never did their setup like they promised and emailed me they were going to do.
I would say that's a breach of. I would say that's a breach of contract. Have you ever had the system running?
No. Well, then once they did a remote connect over online, which then when they loaded, they didn't load my inventory. They loaded a grocery store inventory, which I told them, well, let's try to make it work if you can't make mine work. After that, it just continued to be a complete mess.
So where's it sit now? This sounds horrible.
Well, that's the thing. The sales guy came and picked it up. So they're still charging me for the equipment, and they're charging me for a merchant service that I've never even used.
How are they charging you?
And how are you running credit cards?
We've had a merchant for years that we've set with. So, now they're charging me a merchant service that came with their computer systems that I've never used.
Okay, they came. Hold on. They came and picked up the equipment. When they came to pick up the equipment, did they say, "Oh, and by the way, you're going to have to pay out the whole contract"?
No, they promised me refunds and cancellations.
Okay,
and I got that. On
okay, we'll take care of this one. We got to get you out of this crap. Now listen, how much and how are they collecting from you? How are they collecting?
Well, they debited our business account.
Okay, well, can't you stop that?
I did. I have
okay,
done that.
So they're not. Hold on. Let me get it straight. They're not taking any more money right now, right?
As of today, I haven't seen a refund or taken anything out.
I get it. But you have stopped the auto payments, right?
I told my bank has filed a dispute with it.
No. Hold on. No, that's not what I'm asking. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino. We're going to work on this one and more. Give us a call, 303-713-8255. He doesn't understand what I'm saying. He's got to stop future payments.
You would think that would be the first thing he'd do.
No, 12 p.m. Midnight.
12A.
Yeah, 12A.
And then Monday through Sunday? Or Monday through Friday? I could do that. And then you do want these Wednesday. The Tuesday spots are moving to Wednesday. Am I correct in that? That's what you could say.
Hold on, I'm just going to see who we're even talking
Art.
about. Oh, Art? Yeah, so Art, I want...
No Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's right.
Yeah.
And then 5, 5, 5, 5.
Got that.
Yep, and then 30 per week.
Monday through Sunday. Yeah, I just want to make sure we were 5 and 12 and you want Monday through Friday. And you want Wednesday.
I still haven't heard from that other person. I just want to make sure that doesn't get applied to any iHeart past due.
I'm sure she can move it around.
All right.
Yeah, just get with her and then...
I'll try to call her after the show.
Yeah. And then Excel, you've got Thursday Heart, you've got a Thursday spot, and you don't want to do anything with that. That's 10A2P for 6-1. This is coming up Thursday, and I gotta move it.
No, just kill it. Don't charge me for it. Get rid of it. And then when do you think I'll have all those to look at?
Within the hour, I'm hoping.
Okay. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, Rich, that game, I still think about it. The first quarter, I'm high-fiving people on both my side. We're all on the same team. We're like, this is going to be this could even be a runaway. And then, man, did the script flip so quick. It was like, I don't even know what happened to the team. They just started going backwards.
Well, our quarterback got hurt, and he kept playing, but he was obviously injured from what I could see on TV, and he's
Who are you
so
talking
good.
about?
USC.
Oh.
They played Utah.
Caleb Williams. It was the Pac-12 championship in Vegas, right?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. The seats, probably the single best seating I've ever had for a football game.
Wow.
So you're up on what you might want to call club level or whatever.
Yeah.
But each seat is a big recliner. You have a TV screen, but the field is the stadium is so well designed.
I've been there.
You just see it perfectly.
It's a great stadium.
And then the tickets we had came with food, and the food was crazy. During the game, they'd switch it out. So at the beginning, they had like shrimp. They had, they always have hamburgers, cheeseburgers, cheesesteaks, but they also had like shrimp, and then they had steak at one point. But the dessert bar constantly is changing each quarter. So they might have a cheesecake one, and then other stuff. Oh, it was just unbelievable.
It's awesome.
It was unbelievable. I was going to go to a Raiders game there this coming. I probably will. I'll probably try to get some tickets to a Raiders game. I don't even like the Raiders, but man, I love that stadium. And I don't mind the Raiders. I shouldn't say I don't like them.
I saw the Country Music Awards there 3 years ago.
Oh, wow. That's like when it first opened.
Exactly. It was a blast.
We saw Metallica there, 21, and we had the same seats. I love those seats there. And then I think that's all we saw there. So I bought Taylor Swift. So those seats for most events, not football. Well, football, but not Raiders games. So for most events, you have to buy 4 of those seats, and they're all in a row. And they are generally $500, so it's $2,000 for the 4-pack.
It's not bad.
It's not bad at all. So for like Metallica, I bought 8 of them. 6 of us went. I sold 2 of them 2 days before for $1,000 each,
nice.
Which was crazy. And then for Taylor Swift, I messed up. So my guy there who works at the field or works for the Raiders called me up and goes, "Hey, Taylor Swift is going to be here on so-and-so. Do you want your usual seats?" I said, yeah, let's do it. So he goes, okay, so he charged my credit card $4,000, 8 seats, okay? I get a call back the next day going, well, they just raised them. And I knew this can happen. I can reserve them if they go up in cost. I got first right of refusal, or I get a full refund. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
They went up to $3,000 per 4. So it went from 4,000 to 6,000. And I said, no. I said, you know what? I don't want them. I said, I don't even know if we'll be out at that time. I screwed up so bad.
You could have resold
I
those.
could have got $4,000 per seat.
Wow.
I was kicking myself.
For Taylor Swift?
Taylor Swift.
Yep.
At that venue with those
People
seats.
go nuts for her.
Oh, people will spend whatever
Marty
they
said.
can to get her kid there.
Marty said you found him a deal on 4 tires for his Mercedes for under $1,000.
Who's Marty?
Smarty.
Probably. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I think it was Discount Tire.
Are they like 22-inch rims or what?
I don't remember what he had. I still have all these, like with Tire Rack, I still have a wholesale account, which is insane. If I use them, I pay sales tax still. I heard Brown talking about a virtual power plant. And it's kind of interesting. Of course, he's so.
What's a virtual power plant?
It's curious. He's so far this way, and I am, but not as far as he is. But it's interesting. So
you mean far right?
Yeah. So picture a virtual grid.
Yeah.
So picture every house in Highlands Ranch.
Okay, got it.
They all have solar panels. They all have electric cars, okay? And they plug in at night. Well, remember how much energy the car batteries store. So you have the solar panels, the regular batteries at the house, and then you have whatever cars are plugged in. Everything's on the grid. So all of Highlands Ranch, everybody's car batteries, home batteries, and solar panels are on a localized Highlands Ranch grid. So when you're demanding power, you might be sucking from me. When I'm demanding power...
What if you're all demanding power?
Well, that's where issues come in. I mean, that's why you're still connected to Excel or whatever. But he really hated it in theory. In theory, I think it's unbelievable. You could possibly have a self-sustained neighborhood if it was done properly. I think you would have to add some wind in there, and you would have to have a backup of fossil fuel no matter what. But isn't that interesting? Everything connected.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, 888heating.com for air conditioning. If you're looking for air, get it at the lowest price right now. The same systems, the same price. Here's what they'll do. If you give them the name of a system and a price, the guaranteed lowest price for the real deal, the same equipment. 303-770-2776. And they have the top brands. 303-770-2776. Listen. We got Rich Harris with us, a divorce attorney or a family law attorney, an estate planning attorney, a firm, harrisfamilylaw.com. And if you put a /webinars, you'll see their webinars. We'll be talking to him about some of those webinars coming up. In fact, we have one tonight coming up. Also, let's talk to Juan. Now, Juan called us and says, listen, man, these people, we own some liquor, the Village Liquors, and we contracted with wholesale payments for credit card processing. They delivered the equipment, never came back to hook it up. I complained. They came and got it, but they're still charging me. Now, Juan, they promised you they were going to get the equipment and just undo everything, right?
They promised me that everything would be canceled.
All right, I want to know something. Right now, how much total money has been paid out, including equipment and everything? How much total money do they have right now?
$3,061.
Okay, and that includes the latest payment?
Yes.
Okay. Now, of that $3,061, how much is the monthly payment? What is that monthly payment?
$264.
And
what they debited.
You did stop. I'm not asking if you got a refund, but you stopped future debits, right?
Through my bank, I did. Through them, I've asked them several times for cancellation forms, and the form they keep sending me is that I could only cancel if I have another merchant that beats their services. Well, I've never used their services, and I have
wait. No. I mean, your bank said that? Your bank said that?
No.
Oh.
Wholesale payments
told
me that.
Then give me the answer to this question, because I don't have a clear answer. Did your bank guarantee you they will no longer let them withdraw money from your account?
Up to now, yes, because I filed a dispute through my bank.
That doesn't mean anything. That's a dispute. I'm asking if the bank
the first
agreed.
Step that they told me to take.
Okay, you need to close the account and move it to another bank. I'm going to tell you the truth right now. You got to do it because they are drafting your account, and this is exactly how I open the show. I open the show saying if you initiate an ACH with an outside creditor and you don't do it from within your own account, if you don't push the payment, but they pull the payment, you cannot stop it unless the bank voluntarily does it. Most banks will not stop it because they don't want to get in the middle of a contract dispute. That is a problem. Therefore, no one can make you have an account there, but if you close that account and open another one, they'll simply take it from the other one with the same bank because of a cross-collateralization agreement. What you must do is get out of the bank and go to a new bank. I'm telling you that because when they start taking payments, they're not going to give them back to you. Okay, Juan? That is a fallacy in the banking world. You're not going to get the money back. Now, what we can do is fight to get the money back for the equipment, not that $260 or any future payments. How much did you pay for the equipment?
It was $297.70. I'd have to double check.
Wait.
Per month.
$2,097.
Okay.
Per month, right?
But you don't even have the equipment.
I paid all the equipment up front.
Yeah,
that's what have it? That's what I'm asking, sir. How much did you pay for the equipment up front?
$2,000.
It was, hold on, I'll tell you 1 second.
Okay, it was
$2,797.
Got it. Okay. Basically 2,800.
Or almost 3. But do you have the equipment?
No, I have nothing.
My God, man. How do you guys run a business? Why does he have it?
He has another system.
Well, no, I get that part. I'm just saying, can you even get the equipment back you paid for? I assume they're not going to refund you the $2,800.
Well, they claim they have, and they still haven't.
No, they should refund the
They
$2,800.
should be doing a lot of stuff, but they're not doing anything. But he has no money and he has no equipment.
No, look. So the equipment was an add-on to our business. I've been in business for 30+ years. We have
Got it.
We've been doing business.
I get it, man. I get it.
That's fine. It's just we want to upgrade.
Okay.
We're still.
Here's my point. If you bought the equipment, our company can probably come in and program it, but you don't even have the equipment to use now.
Right.
Yeah, because their equipment and software that's on it does not work either.
Okay.
It's
Here's what we need.
Stuff.
We need to
get
get you a refund from these people. I'm saying we can probably get you the $2,800 refund, or you can actually take them to small claims court.
What's the company called?
It's called Wholesale Payments.
Wholesale Payments out of Lubbock, Texas, and their salesperson is out of Denver, Colorado.
You know what? You can take him to small claims court. I guarantee you that would be a way easier way. If you took him to small claims court for breach of contract, you can prove it. You don't have the equipment. You want the $2,800 back you paid for equipment. I don't see how they win. And who is this?
And this has been going on for several. These guys have been doing it for several businesses. You go on their website and you look at their.
I wonder if our guys have heard of these clowns.
Their reviews and their other companies?
What is the name of the Denver salesperson? What's the name of him?
His name's Colin Abel.
Colin Abel.
Yep, he has a track record too in Colorado for doing people dirty.
Colin Abel. How do you know he has a track record for doing people dirty?
I've done my work. I've done some research on him and some history on him, and I've even I posted him on social media platforms and found out about him.
Do you have a phone number?
Yes, I do.
All right, I want you to hold on. I want you to give us that phone number off the air. Suze, get that phone number for Colin Abel, the salesperson. I want to give this to Smarty Marty again. I don't mean to load them up, but there are certain ones I give to certain people for certain reasons. And Smarty Marty, since he's in Denver now, and this guy's in Denver, Marty could offer to take him to coffee. That's code.
You know, and this is just another, well, I'll call it what it is. It's a plug for our company. You know, we have no long-term contracts. We guarantee the best rate on credit cards, and if you do over $5,000 a month, we give you free equipment. I mean, it's absolutely insane how people end up with these crappy merchants.
And I'm serious. And the reason we started it was because of people getting taken advantage of. Mark, what's the website?
SavingonFees, FEES.com. Saving on fees. I don't care what size business you have, unless if you're Walmart or Target, we can save you money.
I want to give this to Smarty Pants to work on. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Are you going tomorrow night?
Let's talk to Smarty about... Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. We got to take Deb. It's an outbound call here. Hold on, Smarty. Deb, what's happening?
Not much.
What this 5-star restoration? How did this all start, this problem?
It's been, kind of on from the get-go. It's just been sporadic and excuses, and he did some work in the beginning.
Now, why did you call 5-star to begin with? This place called 5-Star Restoration.
A friend recommended him.
Okay, but why did you call? What I mean is, what was your property problem?
What we're doing for the project. So we were remodeling a bathroom and then adding a bathroom in the basement.
Okay, but why? Okay, I didn't understand. Why call a restoration company, though, to do that?
Well, that's just the name of his company.
Oh,
he does
okay.
Home repairs and
I get it.
Remodels.
Okay,
Yeah.
when did he start? When did he start? When was the job started?
So the contract was signed in July, and I think I was in August that he got started.
Last year, August.
Yeah.
Started in August, and how much did you put down?
That was $13,000 roughly. I don't have the number right.
My God, 13! Did you get $13,000 worth of work yet? Now, have you paid more than 13 altogether?
Correct.
How much have you paid altogether to this guy?
$19,522 out of a $26,000 job.
Oh my God! So you're paying you paid basically 20 grand so far, and did you get 20 grand worth of work?
No.
What's his excuse? I mean, why would a bathroom? Why would it take all this time? We're going to be at a year.
I know. You know, it's excuse after excuse. He's got migraines, or his kid's sick, or his car won't start, or sometimes he ghosts them for a while. You know, he doesn't answer at all.
How much work did you get done, do you think, if you had it evaluated by another contractor? What do you think?
I'm going to guess, really not knowing this, I'd say $3,000 to $5,000, maybe.
Uh-oh.
You know, he's framed the bathroom downstairs. He's cut into the saw cut the concrete for the plumbing.
Why did you pay him so much?
Well, they required half the deposit to start with, 50%.
Well, you shouldn't have done it. No.
Yeah, right.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what kind of ratings does this guy have? Did you look at his reviews?
Yeah. Well, on the Better Business Bureau, it's an F, and there's another person that...
Did you know that when you hired him?
Nope.
Oh, no, man. This is... Okay. So I imagine, who is this? Who is the person at 5 Star? What's his name or her name?
Patrick Silva.
Silva?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have a phone number?
Yep.
What is it?
970-413-1456.
1456. Okay. So, when was the last time you talked to him?
It's probably been he's always through text. So we got a mile long of text messages. It's probably been a couple weeks.
All right.
You know, he says he's going to come, and then he never shows, and then you text him, and there's another excuse. So,
all right.
Just getting tired.
All right, listen, I'm going to... Suze, Deputy Doc just left. I'm not sure. He wasn't feeling very good. It could be Dollar. Is he listening right now? Yeah, maybe Dollar could take a look at this. And I want someone to call this guy, Patrick Silva, up there at 5 Star, and ask what's going on and remind him of the Contractors Trust Act and that he is dangerously close to breaking the law. Ideal Home Loans still doing home loans with the interest rate guarantee, the only ones doing it. So if rates go down, you get refinance free of charge. So there's no risk. That's 303-867-7000. And I want you to check out tomorrow night, this seminar we're going to have. You can show up, ask your questions. It's all about finance, even health insurance. Yeah, Integra Health Insurance will be there. Joe Chiano will be there from becomethebanker.org, and he will be there to share his insights on annuities and on investments, on overfunding life insurance. Then we'll have a CPA to talk about reducing your taxes and some tax advantages. We're also going to have people to talk about insurance and mortgages, whatever it is on your mind. We're going to address it. So give us a call to get a seat, okay? I'm going to give you that number. That's for tomorrow night in the Tech Center, Denver Sheridan Tech Center, 303-800-2919. I'll be there. Mark will be there. Joe Can will be there. Integra will be there. A bunch of people. 303-800-2919. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that I hope you don't need, but you know what? You don't want to shop when you're under pressure, and you don't want to shop just because someone says how big and bad they are or how many call centers they have. The last thing you want is to be called in a call center. You don't want a call center. You're a number. You're a number. Then they evaluate, will this case be big? What is it going to be? Decide who's going to work it, when they're going to work it. No. You want John Fuller personally. He's going to answer each and every question you have right up front. No call centers. You call the number, they're going to funnel you to John. He'll talk to you about your case. If you guys decide it's a good fit, he works on a contingency fee. Only if he wins does he collect, and he is great at what he does. And the best part about it, he only takes as many cases as he will work personally. 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Hey everybody, it's Fitz from Fitz Path Tour. We're going to be coming to Denver on June 3rd to talk to you about real estate investing and why it's made more millionaires than any other investment class out there. There's free tickets available. I sat in a class like this and it changed my life exponentially. I've now had the opportunity to teach this in 18 different countries across the world. Yes, I said free tickets, great speakers, but there's limited seating. So you got to go to Fitz Path Tour and get signed up today.
How about this plum crazy match made in heaven? Buy a new Carrier AC and get a new Carrier furnace free. A deal for any budget. Only from Plumline Services and Carrier.
What do you think, screaming deal? In fact, you can chime in a second, but I'm going to ask Rich. A screaming deal on a garbage disposal installed at your house. So the labor, everything. Plumber doing it too, not Joe Blow. What do you think a good deal would be?
See, I don't think people know enough to know what a good deal is.
That's why I'm asking.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
So if you told me 200, I wouldn't know if it's good or bad. Now I happen to know that a book price for that's going to be around 500.
I'd say 1,000.
What is the deal?
Well, I don't know. $399. I don't know, but my same.
No matter what you say, they don't know.
They don't know.
Yeah.
Unless if they've gone out and shopped through a company,
Yeah,
how
but
much
here's
it is.
how they shop.
Right.
They go on Home Depot and they see you get one for $149.
No, not anymore, but yes, you're right. They're a lot. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That would have been my answer. I don't know how much it costs.
Yep.
And it's also something that...
But somehow we broke that barrier with water heaters. How do people know what a water heater costs?
Because they do. And
How? Why?
Well, I say the best deal ever. No lower price ever. You can't even do it yourself.
Dude,
that's why.
They knocked mine out of the park yesterday. I couldn't be more happy. You know what I did? I did two 50s. I did a 65,000 BTU as the primary, and then a 40,000 BTU as the secondary, and I just have the secondary off. The only time I'd need that secondary with the high recovery is if 6 people lived in that house or 8. Right now, I just simply don't need it. $3,200 for both of them.
Wow. What company?
Euro Plumbing. They're unbelievable. We advertise for them. They're unbelievable.
Euro Plumbing.
EURO, and they sell Bradford White. They sell any main brand. I did a lot of research. Bradford White is basically the best out there. It's the Cadillac, and they're $1,400 installed. I have 2, so mine.
Well, they do A.O. Smith and Ream too.
Yeah, they do, but just Bradford is the top of the line.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're looking for hair replacement, they actually do hair transplants along with stem cells. First, they do stem cells. If you need more, they can do more, and they price accordingly. 833-STEM-GEN, 833-STEM-GEN to talk right to a stem cell doctor about it. Now, let's talk to Marty. Smarty Marty has a follow-up. A guy called Ying, and he said, hey, I bought a freezer in January. The compressor went out. They can't find a compressor, so they promised to replace it, but they keep delaying. What's going on, Smarty Marty?
Okay, so I called Frigidaire, and I got through pretty quickly if you go through the text messaging portion. Anyway, they claim that it has to go through their third party that picked up the unit. But according to the consumer, the phone number of this third party doesn't match. And the consumer doesn't really know who picked it up.
You mean picked it up where? From the warehouse?
No, from, I guess from his house.
Oh, you mean, wait, somebody picked up his refrigerator already, his freezer?
Right. But he didn't get any paperwork. He doesn't have a phone number of who picked it up. According to Frigidaire, the phone number that they have...
Wait a minute. So basically, they're saying he lost his freezer and there's nothing they can do about it.
Well, they're saying you got to go through this third-party phone number, which does not match the company.
Do they have the name of who picked it up?
They gave me a phone number. It doesn't match.
Well, okay, if it doesn't match, Frigidaire ought to know who called. Who cares if the number matches? It was what I'm saying. If you called the number Frigidaire gave you, we could certainly ask the guy, did you pick up Ying's freezer, right?
And they say no. That number says no.
Oh, my God. So they're claiming the Frigidaire representative told you these people picked it up. You got to go through them. And those people said we never picked it up.
Right. We're not even that company.
Oh, my God. And so the number that Ying has, does it ring anywhere?
Yes. But it's not the company that picked up his...
Marty,
we never came.
Marty, there's a little disconnect in our conversation here. I'm asking you if you called both numbers. The one Frigidaire gave to you, did you call that number?
I personally did not call that number yet.
Okay, that's the number that probably is the correct number because, as I said in the beginning, Frigidaire ought to know who picked it up, right?
The customer says that number is the same he has, and they are denying responsibility.
I thought you told me the number the customer has. My God, this sounds like Abbott and Costello. I thought you said the number the consumer has is different from the number that Frigidaire has.
They have the same number, but the result of the number, they are claiming they are not that company.
Okay, so they both have the same number. When you said it's not, so Frigidaire has the wrong number too.
Apparently, Frigidaire is not bending. So I was able to reach.
So Frigidaire doesn't know where his freezer is.
Correct.
Oh my God.
I was able to contact Home Depot Media Relations to see if they could locate it, and he's willing to do it. I was able to get a response.
That's wonderful.
A few minutes.
That's wonderful.
So Media Relations, just for the other two deputies, I've never had a problem with Media Relations.
And we also have someone at Home Depot that helps us out, but if you have someone, that's great.
Well, the Media Relations is already on it.
Good.
And I have to cut the call short because I have a telemed.
All right, I'll let you go. Listen, Smarty, we'll just see what happens and check back. Man, this is crazy. Frigidaire, basically, Frigidaire does not know. They don't know who picked up the refrigerator. They have the wrong number. That's crazy. I mean, this guy's freezer is missing. and no one knows who took it. Isn't that? I mean, what do you do? Home Depot has to help. The guy bought it there. He has nothing to show for it.
Yeah, but they're not the ones that picked it up, as far as I know.
No,
How would they have anything? They're going to be like, how would I know?
Ying, his freezer is missing.
Do you think his wife's name is Yang?
I was thinking I was going to do that joke, but it's so obvious. Yin and Yang. But anyway, that would be balance, true balance, wouldn't it? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Compass Insurance Group for your insurance checkup to make sure you're not overinsured or underinsured or paying too much. 303-996-9000. Oh.
Hey, Tom, I'm going to need to run at about 1.
Okay, thanks for telling me that.
I got a question.
Can you talk about our seminar? I got to run to the restroom really bad.
Sure. Is it a 30 or 60? What is it? Put up that 303-800 number for me, please, for Become the Banker. 2919. 303-800. You're sure? All right, old man. Is it just become?
51 degrees tomorrow, high 78. The current temperature in Denver, 68 degrees, with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Storm, 6:30 KF.
Come shop Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. Prep your yard for the summer for less with 5 for $10 Scott's Naturescapes mulch. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 5/31. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Tomorrow, that's right, the 25th, 6:30 p.m., Sheridan Tech Center. Tom's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Suzanne's going to be there. We're going to have experts that can answer all your questions when it comes to long-term health care and health insurance, Medicare, how to get out of the stock market right now that's going up and down if you're close to retirement with guaranteed results, guaranteed in writing results. And in a lot of other things. Honest to goodness, it's going to be a great educational seminar. I'm hoping to see you there. Call right now. Time is running out. There's definitely some seats available. We had to expand the room, so we have some more seats. But call 303-800-2919. Get signed up. We look forward to meeting you tomorrow. 303-800-2919. 303-800-2919.
We're not on YouTube in here right now, are we?
That's why the showroom for 20 years cabinet is so unique. It's all about the design. This is a showroom without pressure, great customer service, and a unique selection of cabinets. For cabinets, storage, granite, and more, you really need to visit the showroom. With more than 50 years of business in Colorado, they're doing it right. Go online to affiliatedcabinetgroup.com or call and make an appointment at 303-422-2399. 303-422-2399.
Verify costly mistakes that home sellers make. Here's mistake number 1. Sponsored by Orchard, the modern stress-free way to sell your home. Beware of those low-ball home buying services. You may feel pressured to take thousands less than your home's worth just to know it will sell quickly. Don't settle for trade-offs. Orchard not only lists your home on the market for top dollar, they'll guarantee the sale of your home with an impressive guaranteed backup offer. Orchard will even help you list your old home for top dollar after you moved into your new home. No stress. No shoppers going through your home. You even choose your own move-out date. Talk about convenience. Forget trade-offs. Get the price you deserve while knowing when your old home will sell at Orchard. Avoid the costly mistakes home sellers make and go with Orchard. Curious about how much you can make on your home? Get a free, no-obligation cash offer at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Mandy Carl here with the Legal Minute from my friends at Bell & Pollock. Listen for more great advice on the Bell & Pollock Injury Show, Saturdays at 10 on KOA.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell with the law firm of Bell & Pollock. We are injury attorneys, and this is your Legal Minute. You're sitting at a stoplight, then boom, you're hit from behind, you're rear-ended. The driver gets out, and they say, I'm sorry. Gee, I'm sorry, I don't have any insurance. Or worse yet, they give you an insurance card, and you call, and it's expired. And there's no insurance, but you have lost wages, you have injuries, you have medical bills piled up. What are you going to do? What can you do? And I'll tell you what, we've preached many times, we've done many shows on what you can do before an accident happens. You can buy your own UIM coverage with your own car insurance policy, the highest limits that you can afford. Because when you do this and the other driver has no insurance or not enough insurance, you're still protected. If you have any questions, call us. Bell & Pollock will help you.
Get more information or help from Bell & Pollock at championsofthepeople.com.
Enjoy beautifully new countertops, granite, quartz, other natural stone, or solid surfaces. Call the Art of Granite first for wholesale pricing on all materials. They even charge for fabrication and installation. Get prices on the phone. With the Art of Granite, you can have beautiful new countertops in just 2 weeks. Plus, when you do the kitchen, the bath vanity is free. Tear out and hallway is also free. TheArtofGranite.com. 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
You probably already know, I guess, that is one of the best sites to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 users?
And the issue was, the reason I don't have them auto-billed is because 4 times a year there's 5 weeks, and they pay for that extra week. That's why they're not on auto-bill. Only in radio is there 5-week months. You know, I remember years ago, so we paid bi-weekly a good year, okay? All 5 stores, bi-weekly paychecks. We had a February that was leap year, and I had 3 payroll periods. The 1st, the 14th, and the 29th. That February looked so bad on paper, it was crazy. Because it was the shortest month, and it's not the best month in the automotive business. And it had 3 payroll periods. It was horrible.
But why did it have 3 payroll?
Because every other week, there was 1, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. There was 3 inside that leap year.
Which is weird.
Well, it has to be perfect. The 1st, the 14th, and the 28th.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, Sue is calling the contractor for Deb. Oh, good. So here, Deb called, and she hired 5-star restoration, Patrick Silva, to remodel a bathroom, and to whatever. He started in August, collected 20 grand so far, and very little work has been done. So what's the song and dance? He's done with them. And he has 20 grand. He better square it away. I wonder if he thinks he did 20 grand worth of work. Deb, I'm going to tell you something you need to do. You need to have someone evaluate how much work has been done.
Okay.
And where are you located?
Brighton.
Who do we have in that
I think the problem with that is a lot of it's just the restoration part, right?
Well,
the one the
you mean
is the new construction.
Okay.
Of the bathroom.
How much?
Yeah.
But he did demolition or not?
No, it was nothing there.
Oh, okay. How much is there now?
So it's been framed. There's a little. He did sock cut into the concrete for some of the drains. A little bit of plumbing, electrical. Not very much. We've actually had an electrician come in and do the electrical part ourselves.
Well,
he couldn't find.
Do we have anybody in that area that can evaluate what was?
Where was it?
Brighton.
Brighton.
That's far. I mean, what area? Give me an avenue.
Maybe I just can't think of anybody there.
Give me an avenue number.
Yeah. A bridge and 13th. It's right in town.
Oh.
Maybe it's more like, how much was the total contract supposed to be?
26, right?
Yep.
And then how much is it going to cost you to finish it?
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. I don't think she's going to be able to finish it for $6 grand. This guy says he's going to contact you. Listen, this might be a really messy situation. Because for him to say, I thought we had a plan. Did he talk to you last night?
No.
Suze, when did he say he talked to her? By text? Did he text you last night?
Did you get a text?
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what did he say by text?
Trina, what was the message on the text?
I mean...
He said, get the plumber's quote, and then we would start working from there.
He hasn't been able to come up with an electrician or a plumber. That's what is supposedly the delay. Well, we got an electrician, and the work was done in a week. So he can't seem to get other subcontractors in to do the part that he cannot do.
He might owe him money.
He probably doesn't have the money now. He probably spent, listen, if he didn't spend the money on your job, I doubt he has the money.
Do you have a contract we can look at?
Yeah, I emailed it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll look at it. Did we take, we took the 30, right?
Well, he said he's going to reach out and talk to her. Let's touch base tomorrow, and I'll look at the contract overnight.
Yeah, let's see. We're going to look at the contract, and we'll call you back, and we're going to mark it pending.
I got a question for Rich Harris in the Harris Law Firm. Tell me if I have this right, Rich. Early neutral assessment. So whoever I am, and
by the way, when you mention that, that's a service they offer. It's called an early neutral assessment.
And I want to see if I understand it. So if I'm someone that's contemplating a divorce for whatever reason, maybe I have kids, I have a lot of assets, it doesn't really matter what the circumstance. Am I to understand by sitting down with you guys in doing this assessment, I would get a picture of what a divorce would look like afterwards? In other words, how much money I have left in the bank, who gets the house, where are the kids, who has the dog for that matter. It's a crystal ball.
You know, Mark, we do our best. Thanks for asking. Let me just make one thing clear, though. There's a service the courts offer called early neutral. That's not what we're doing. We have our own unique approach to this.
What is an early neutral assessment?
So with the courts, you go into a family court facilitator. It's kind of a meet and greet. They try and do a good job, but it's a real thumbnail analysis of what's going on with your case, in my opinion. It varies by county. What we do, Mark, is we sit down with the client. We go over the finances. We ask them about their kids. We talk to them about their rights. Of course, what the costs that they're looking at are going to be. And we give them an idea not only about the process, but about the likely outcomes. Calling it a crystal ball is probably overstating it, though we try our best. I appreciate that. But I think it's a really good process for
Well, there
folks.
might be people, and what I was thinking is there might be people that are on the fence for whatever reason. And it might be worth their while to have something like that to understand what it looks like afterwards.
Absolutely. I wish everybody did this before they filed.
They might change their mind and possibly reconcile in the future after something like that.
You bet. And we have people reconcile all the time. Just to know what your rights are, to know what you're about to go through, to know what the kids might go through, I think it's incredibly important.
How often do you guys do those? I mean, is that a service you do a lot? And by the way, I'm a little confused on the name of it now. What do you guys call it?
We just call it an initial consultation.
Okay.
Oftentimes we meet more than once, but we're going to review everybody's situation, talk to them about their unique pros and cons, etc.
You made me think of something else. What happens in a circumstance like this? Someone shows up and wants to hire you guys for a divorce, and they're sure the partner is hiding money. Oh, I know he's got bank accounts here and bank accounts over there and, Rolex watches that I've never seen and blah, blah, blah. Well, how do you literally figure out the assets the other partner has if one of them is convinced there's more than what there is, whether there is or not?
Are there, I'm going to ask the question, are there asset hunters? How do you find them?
There are. So first of all, back to where we started here. If people can come and sit down with us early, we can get started and have some conversations, talk to them about where to look. But yes, we can hire private investigators.
Oh, wait. I love what you just said. Going back to the early evaluation, you're right, because before someone that service, once again, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Tom, but that service, once again, is you're not even to the point where you've told your spouse most likely you're looking.
That's right.
For a divorce. So really, you could get that information. Here's where I would look for different assets before they're even privy to, let's say they were a bad guy or a bad lady and we're going to hide them.
That's right. We can talk to them about where the records might be, what kind of records to start gathering, putting in a secure electronic location. And to Tom's question, once we get started, if we need to, there's some really good local experts who can dig through financial records and search databases. They do it better than we do, and they work alongside us. We can't always find stuff, but we often do.
Typically, if someone has a 401k, you know, straightforward, amicable divorce, and there's a 401k someone's been working for forever, is it generally split down the middle, or is that 401k generally stay with the person who has contributed to it?
Good question. So
that's all negotiable, right?
It's all negotiable. In general, we split things down the middle for the marital portion of it. So it's the time that people are married, that's the marital portion. But it's negotiable, and you don't have to split 50-50.
Is it best, and I'm sure this is different in any scenario, and Tom chime in, but is it best, instead of having, say, spousal support over a long period of time, to come up with a lump sum and just call it done?
I always recommend it for my clients that are faced with paying maintenance. It's better to know what the nut is you're looking at, get it done,
and
even if you pay a little
with
more.
The cost, well, actually, you're going to pay less because the cost of money is if people have to wait 10 years for a payout and you can give it to them today, you can prove it's worth less. And in other words, it's better for them to take less money now than more money over 10 years. Because you have to wait 10 years, and each year
just like
money
winning the lottery. No one takes the lump sum.
The value of money goes down. No, I'm saying you should.
No, I'm sorry. I said that in reverse. Everybody takes a lump sum. No one takes the annuity payments on the lottery. You're saying it's the same thing.
Right. Okay, so we have more coming up. If you have any questions for Rich, give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We also have open lines now. We've gotten through our phone calls. You can give us a call. 303-713-TALK.
Let's hammer his number when we get back. I forgot to give it out. Yeah, babe.
Tina Turner died.
Oh, shit.
I love her.
I love her.
Was she over in Switzerland?
Yes.
Is that where she lives?
That's where I want to go.
Oh my
wow,
God.
What a shame.
83.
She had a successful, rough life.
Ike was
Ike was a frick.
Alberta Simmons. I want to get him on about his basketball camp when you get a chance.
Sure, I'll call him right now.
I don't see it. Where did you see this?
Well, YouTube said it, and Dragon and
You know what I want you to do? Call him now, but let's get him on.
This could be one of those fake ones.
Let's get him on and tell him the 1 o'clock hour.
1 o'clock.
This could be a fake one.
I don't think so.
What is it?
Dragon and I
Where I'm going right now, if they don't have it, I'm telling you, it's fake.
What is it, Mark?
And I don't see it.
Mark, what are you looking at?
Just go to
Tina Turner.
Just go to news. There's a bunch of stuff coming up. Maybe it is fake. I hope it is.
I mean, it's on nothing.
Just hit Tina Turner and then go to news.
I did hit Tina Turner, and nothing came up.
Hold on, guys. Empower Reverse Mortgage, they're still doing reverse loans. And I'm going to tell you something. Reverse loans are important. Why? Because they can give you a line of credit for an emergency where you don't pay anything unless you use it. But that line of credit, the ability to borrow, grows each year, giving you more money to borrow if you need it, and they can never take it back. You can never go upside down in your house or lose your house for lack of payment. That's Empower Reverse. They'll answer all of your questions. EmpowerReverse.com. Call Mark and his team, 720-500-7719, 720-500-7719. Hey, and speaking of real estate, O'Brien Legal Services, our expert on the show for legal matters regarding real estate, can be your attorney for real estate to review documents, financing agreements, seller financing, owner financing, whatever you call it, buying a house with someone who's not your partner, easements, problems, eminent domain, anything to do with real estate, think O'Brien Legal Services, OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388, 720-370-7388. Hey, you know who I call for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains? Fix It 24/7. The people that really, really have it down. You know, for $39, I call them the $39 people. For new customers, for $39, they come and clean your furnace and get it working perfectly. And by the way, when I say get it working, they do. They clean it. And the reason that it lasts is because dirt's the number one culprit that kills air conditioners or furnaces. So $39 for the air conditioner to get it ready for the season. And here's the deal. If you have anyone else come and they say they're going to check it, they don't clean it. Ask straight up, are you going to take it apart and clean it? Because that's what Fix-It does. They take it apart. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. That's 720-526-3939. Oh, yeah, unheard of low commission. He is so good.
Yeah, that's big, man. She's definitely dead. It's sad. She had a pretty bad illness, it said. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
That Ike guy was quite the bad husband.
Piece of work. Yep.
Mark, she put on her Instagram a few months ago, if I had known high blood pressure and kidney disease are connected, I would have been spared a lot of suffering. So maybe it was kidney disease that killed her.
Wow. Oh, you know what my doctor told me? They might take me off my blood pressure. I'm on the lowest ones. When I went in for my normal, my blood pressure was like 101.
Holy shit.
60.
Wow.
And they're like, we might have to take you off these. He goes, just monitor it at home, and then, we'll see what we're going to do. But I've been on them for 2 years.
But you must be doing something right.
I don't know. I mean, I've been exercising, but 101's pretty low for me, even when I take it myself.
Mine hovers around 130.
I shoot for the old school 120 over 80.
Yeah, but when you're older, 130 is not bad. 130 over 65. However, 120 wouldn't be bad. I'm just psyched that this full cardiac evaluation went perfectly.
That's good.
And that's good because it cleared me for back surgery if I want it.
You should do it. Quit messing with it.
No, I'm not messing with it. We're waiting for that final FDA so I can get it paid for.
Yeah, definitely wait for that. I would.
They're approved in Europe. They're all over.
Europe always has stuff before us.
And they have about 200 cases, I think, or 100 cases. They did a 200 trial. 100 were the control and 100 did the thing. So there's 100 people that they've done in America for the approval. Now the approval's coming, and I'll be the first one to do it, I think. I will be one of the first approved ones to do it. Yep. Is Ike Turner dead?
I think Ike's been dead.
I think so.
What's love got to do with it? What's love got to do? And Proud Mary. Those are the two that I think of when I think of her.
I think a Tiny Dancer.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Or Private Dancer.
You're right. Gosh, she's so unbelievable.
She could sell out. Up until when she quit touring, she could sell out a football stadium without blinking.
They shouldn't be let into the country to begin with.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. You hear this? Tina Turner, dead at 83. Now, I think the word legend is overused, but not with her. I can't stand people being called a legend when they're not a legend, just because they're famous. Not every famous person is a legend. and my God, there's not many legends, but she would be one of them. Wouldn't she be one of them?
180 million albums, 12 Grammy Awards. Name someone else.
And
she could sell out a stadium tour around the world.
Huh.
Love Thunderdome.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK is our number. We have another hour to go on the show. We have Rich Harris with us from Harris Family Law. We also talk about estate law. Rich, when people go through it, now you do estate law even outside of family law or with family law, but when people go through family law, are there things they often do not do they should do with their estate? Shouldn't that estate be completely redone or not, or at least updated?
That's a great question. It definitely should.
Do people, do you have a checklist of stuff to go over with people? Because I don't think people, if they've never been through a divorce, they don't know what to do. I mean, what do they do first? What do they do second? They have to change beneficiaries and all of that, deeds, all of that stuff, right?
Yeah, they do, Tom. And it's one of the reasons we started an estate planning department, because for years and years we were telling people, look, you need to make sure you do this. You've got to protect your family. And so we were sending people out, but they weren't following up. This way we can encourage them a little more strongly.
Their number is 303-515-5000, 515-5000. What is the webinar tonight? Every Wednesday you have a webinar. By the way, you can go there and look at the archived ones, which are just as good as the live ones because you get to all that information at your leisure. And that's harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. What's tonight?
So tonight, Tom, my superstar partner, Katie Ellis, is going to be talking about appeals, family law appeals.
Oh, wow. How often are they appealed?
Fairly often.
Now, what would an appeal do? First of all, to have an appeal, you have to have a hearing.
You have to have a trial and a final
How
order.
many divorces go to trial, for God's sake?
Well, enough, especially on contested cases.
So they actually have a trial with witnesses and everything.
That's right. And
the judge renders a decision. No juries, right?
Very rarely. That's right. The judge renders a decision, and the judges in our state have a lot of discretion. Things like maintenance and child custody.
Give me an idea of what would be. What else? I'm sorry. What else?
Child custody, maintenance, the division of property.
Okay, now, what would be appealed?
So, for example, in a child custody case, you could say that the judge abused his or her discretion and came to the wrong decision.
Really?
You can say they applied the wrong standard on deciding whether a parent could move out of the state. You could say they divided the property wrong. These are complex issues. We'll talk all about it tonight for free.
Appeals are pretty important then.
They are.
Are they often changed?
I wouldn't say often, but with a good appellate attorney, you've got a decent chance, sure.
Anyway, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Get your calls in 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-MARTINO.
Thanks, Tom. That was great.
Wow. That's weird, man. Not only is it expensive, but holy shit, you do an appeal.
Yeah. Well, and it takes 6 months to a year to get a decision, sometimes longer, and sometimes the decision is, okay, there might have been a problem, go back to the district court judge and have a new trial.
Wow.
Yep. All right, Mark, thanks for the hospitality.
You got it. It was good seeing you, man.
Likewise. This. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks. Let's see.
Talks are taking place again today between Republicans and the White House to raise the debt ceiling. GOP leader Kevin McCarthy talked to reporters earlier today.
Splitting our negotiation team down to the White House to try to finish up the negotiations with the White House. There's a number of places where we will still fall apart.
Sticking points still remain over federal spending cuts. Lawmakers have to go by June 1st to avoid the U.S. defaulting on its debt obligations, the deadlock over the debt ceiling causing stocks to fall as well. A federal grand jury has indicted Alec Murdoch on several charges, including conspiracy, wire fraud, and money laundering, with alleged schemes dating back to 2005. Murdoch was convicted in March of murdering his wife and son. Ceremonies are taking place today in Uvalde, Texas, 1 year after the Robb Elementary School massacre. 19 students and 2 teachers were killed. Music and mass today at Sacred Heart Catholic Church. This is ABC News. A major retailer reacts to backlash over some of its LGBTQ-themed items.
Target says its workers have become targets over some of its LGBTQ merchandise, forcing it to pull certain items off store shelves. This year's collection includes tuck-friendly women's swimsuits that allow trans women to conceal their private parts. In a statement, Target says we've experienced threats impacting our team members' sense of safety, and given these volatile circumstances, we are removing items that have been at the center of the most significant confrontational behavior. Target and other retailers, including Walmart and H&M, have been expanding their LGBTQ displays to celebrate June as Pride Month. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
Free password sharing of your Netflix account is officially a thing of the past. It literally pays to eat fruit, at least for a woman in Virginia. Nancy Webb went shopping for bananas on Saturday, but her supermarket was out, so she went back Sunday, and along with the fruit, she bought a lottery ticket. It turned out to be worth $300,000. Trevor Ault, ABC News.
I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. We provide a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to determine eligibility. Businesses of all types can qualify, so go to GetRefunds.com to potentially get a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Download the Innovation Refunds app or go to GetRefunds.com. GetRefunds.com.
The Dell Technologies Summer Sale event starts now with limited quantity deals on select performance PCs with Windows 11 Pro. Save on select Bostro laptops with built-in security features, on select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. Save on essential accessories, plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to business customers by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
K-Town News Time, 103. Saying politics and ego are their primary agenda, Douglas County School District Board member Elizabeth Hanson resigned her position in the middle of last night's meeting.
I cannot assure our students and their families that this board is doing everything in its power to meet the moral and legal obligations to our students.
She said the board continually wastes money, including an $830,000 settlement over the termination of former Superintendent Corey Wise. She also cited the board's resistance to implementing an equity policy that was presented a year and a half ago as a major reason for the decision to resign. United Airlines announcing a new revamp at Denver International Airport with amenities and new flight destinations. Josh Ernest with United.
We're not just an airline that flies in and out of Denver. We are here all the time. We are committed to this city.
12 new gates and concourses A and B are set to open by 2024 as part of a $1 billion infrastructure investment. That's the latest. I'm Shad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Discover.
Some slowdowns on the southbound of the Denver Metro. I-225 southbound at Yosemite Street. We've got a crash in the center lane with stopping our traffic back from Parker Road. West of there, Hampton Avenue eastbound at Inca. Road construction continues with the right lane block stop and go back from Anna Bay. I-25 north and southbound back to highway speed into and out of downtown. Box 31, pinpoint weather still hazy out there, mostly cloudy skies. We're looking at a high of 76 degrees before the day end. Overnight low of 51. Chance of scattered thunderstorms today, tomorrow, and Friday. The current temperature in Denver is 68 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KO.
Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome at the end of your first year. They automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you've earned, doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Everyone wants financial security. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino.
Is Joe having a really good turnout on that? Is he getting a lot of people? Did he tell you?
On the evening of May 25th in a live presentation. I'll be there with financial experts.
We should have 50 plus.
Written guarantees, insurance, Social Security, Medicare, and more. Get answers to obligation. Sign up now. 303-800-2919. 303-800-2919.
Hey everybody, this is Pip from Fixed Path Tour. We'll be coming to Denver on June 3rd to talk to you about financial education. Learn that more money won't solve your money problems, but understanding them will. I sat in an event like this, and it changed my life exponentially. I now have the opportunity to teach in 18 different countries across the world. We're going to have some great speakers.
So what is he going to be able to tell you about real estate?
Learning, and it's free. Go to Fixed Path Tours, there's limited seating for free tickets today.
iHeart gives you access to the hottest music, events, and deals. But this Thursday, we're giving you access like never before. It's iHeart Radio Access Day, our 24-hour way of saying thank you for listening. Go to iHeartRadioAccessDay.com today.
Don't thread the real estate man.
Today you can go there. iHeartRadio Access Day.
What did that?
That's not.
Oh, you mean you can go to the website today?
It said go today.
All heart. What is it? iHeart. Yep, cool.
It's open.
We got to talk about that, by the way.
That's a countdown. I see.
You do want to. People do want to sign up, though.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere. WaterPros.net's doing a whole house system. Listen to this. To get rid of all the chemicals and crap in your water, filter, whole house filtration. Remember this. And softening. And a reverse osmosis for water under $5,000. The whole system, the whole shooting max, under $5,000 fully installed. That's a great deal. That's paulthewaterman.com. So you can go there to do it. And the number is 303-862-5554. So let's talk about what's going on in your life. First, we have Matt with a roofing question. Whatever question you have, 303-713-8255. Matt, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my call.
What's happening?
I was wondering, in this last storm we just had, the hail, and I got damage to my roof, windows, gutters, needs paint. Is it better to go with an all-in-one company, regarding insurance?
Okay.
Or to...
I have some thoughts on that, okay? It's not better to go with an all-in-one company unless the all-in-one company does that all the time and they're great at it. It's not even better to go with them even in that circumstance if there is a better roofer at a better price. And if your insurance will pay, you don't care about the price, but you do care about the quality. Let me give you an example. There are companies that do it all. The window, siding, and doors and windows would be K&H Home Solutions. They're a company you could trust to do all of it. Now, listen carefully. That doesn't mean they do the best at every single thing, but they do. They do a great job. But there could be, a roofer that does just loads more roofing. But that's not that important for just a normal residential job, right? It's not like some historic restoration you're doing on the roof, right?
Exactly.
Okay, now, your biggest problem is not finding the contractor right now, but getting a fair estimate of damages. And
yes.
What I mean by that is having a company that will know how to estimate all of that. So in that regard, K&H Home Solutions would be the one to call because they can come out, look at your siding, windows, and doors, and your roof, and give you an estimate. Now, Excel Roofing is my choice for roofers. Most of the time, they've done my homes. But if you want to get them to do everything K&H, they'll come out and give you an estimate on all three.
I would do it completely different.
And then, I know it, because I wasn't finished, he will tell you what I was going to tell you. Your biggest problem is getting an accurate estimate damage. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, what I would do is I would deal with Matt over at Paragon Services. I'd have Matt come out, assess all the damage 100%.
We should explain what that is.
He's a public adjuster.
Okay.
And what he does...
He works for you.
Yeah, he works directly for you. So he'll come out and let's say he finds $100,000 worth of damage, then he'll deal directly with your insurance company. He would get 10%, so you would end up getting a check for $90,000. Then I would take that $90,000 and I would go out and get estimates on roofing. Well, honestly, I'd go out and hire Excel Roofing, but on virtually everything else, I would go out and get estimates, and then I would have the work done. That is exactly what I did in the last hailstorm I had.
Now you.
Okay, so you're saying take the best in each, more or less.
Well, you can, but
roofing.
Okay, listen. As far as windows and siding, K&H Home Solutions can do that, and
great.
Excel can do the roof. But what I'm saying is, if it's not a special roof and you have one company there, the only benefit is the convenience. And also, if you want to get less people out there to give you estimates. Now, while Matt gives you an estimate, it may differ a little from the actual contractor's estimate, but one thing for sure, he'll give you always more. He gets you always more than you get on your own.
A lot more. And his fee in that example of 10,000 out of 100, that 10%, is nothing, because you probably would have only got $60,000 without using them.
If you would get 60. I mean, here's the thing.
He got me. I'll tell you some of the stuff he got me that I didn't even know. I mean, I just had no idea. He got me money for new trees because a couple of my trees were ruined. I mean, who would have thought that? He got me money for the actual garage doors, not just painting them, so I got brand new garage doors. He got me money for a barn that I kind of forgot I even had, and got me a brand new roof, or money for a brand new roof from that. There's a lot of things. My decking, my railing on my decking, he got me money for because they had divots in some of the decking stuff. I went from getting zero, Matt, from my insurance company, zero. They came out, they looked at the roof and told me I barely had any damage. It wouldn't even be enough to cover my deductible. Then I called Matt out, and I say this in my commercials, but there's no joke to it. He got me $70,000. It went from zero to $70,000.
And here's the deal.
Will he come out?
Yeah.
Will he come out and say if it doesn't behoove him? Will he just?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
right.
man. That's what I'm saying. You get him. You should get him involved at the very beginning.
Yeah, he'll tell you right up front.
Let him handle it.
He'll say, you know what, you don't need me for this. Just make sure you get this, this, and this. And sometimes you don't need a public adjuster. But the problem is that most people don't even know they exist.
What was the not the sunroof, what do you call it? The skylight one. You remember that with Matt?
Yeah.
They were going to give her how much? $800.
It was $800, and he got her $80,000.
$80,000. Their insurance, I think it was State Farm or Allstate, literally wrote her a check for $800. She had a $1,000 deductible. They said you had $1,800 worth of damage. You need to reseal a skylight, and gave her a check for $800. And Matt came out and got her $80,000.
I know it.
These guys, we say this, but it's true. I don't care what insurance company it is. The adjuster has one goal, and that is to pay you the least amount of money. And I know I'm going to get hate mail on that. I'm not saying there's not one adjuster out there that has morals, but the majority don't.
No, you're right. You're right. There's no arguing there. Karen, or is this Albertus?
Yes.
Karen. Okay. Is Albertus still on, or did he drop off? Okay, we were going to talk about his basketball camp. Karen, what's going on with you?
Yeah, hi. I'm a property owner. Actually, my dad and mom are property owners since 1972 of a property out near Bar Lake on Buckley Road in Commerce City, Brighton. And they both have passed. It's now in a trust. We are adjacent to the Bar Lake State Park. And last year, just before my mom passed away, the group that manages the lake was bolstering up the dam, putting in higher walkways because they were raising.
And who owns the? I mean, who's
lake.
in charge of the dam?
It's Colorado Parks and Wildlife, I believe.
Is it Colorado Parks?
No, it's actually the ditch irrigation company.
Okay, I get it. The ditch company, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So how did that go wrong?
There's an O'Brien ditch that feeds. Well, what's happened is because of April 1, they've been filling the lake, but they significantly raised the lake April 1, and at that point, the leach field on the property blew out.
But what does the leach field have to do with that irrigation ditch?
Well, because the groundwater the table, the water table raised.
Okay.
And there's actually
Are you
there's actually a
saying
location on the back-
that they raised the level enough to flood your property?
Exactly. Not over. It didn't spill over. It's underground.
So you're saying it
There's
raised
an
the ground
underground
level.
channel
I
that
get
comes
it. They
onto the
raised the
property.
ground level,
Yeah.
which blew out your leach field.
Right. Yes.
But what
and
did
I just have come from a meeting with the guy in charge to discuss this, at which point he said,
they're not taking
"Your-
responsibility?
We'll have your land condemned as wetlands. I'll offer you $100,000 for 11 acres."
All right, Karen.
Which I found insulting.
Karen, you have a
Yeah.
few problems. First of all, you inherited the property, right?
Right.
Okay. You are the legal owner right now?
There are 4 of us. It's in the trust.
Got it.
owns
Got
the
it.
Property.
Got it.
There
Now-
are 4 trustees. Yeah.
Okay. Now, here's the problem, okay? You have 2 things. You have the actual damage if you're going to keep the property, or you're just going to sell it the way it is. What I want to know is, they're offering to buy it, but you think it's insulting?
Well, we had an appraisal on the property. The property
I'm
was
not
hit by
asking about any of
tornado.
that. I'm asking, they are offering to buy it, but you're insulted by the price.
Exactly. Yes.
What do you think your property is worth?
Well, the leach field has been tagged because once
What do
it
you
started
think your
leaking out,
property is
someone
worth?
reported
I'm
it.
just talking about.
I think the property. Yeah, I think the property with an operating
How much?
system
Yeah.
is worth $1.2 million.
And how many acres is that?
11.
11.
And who told you it was worth that?
We had a realtor. We had discussed with a realtor.
Is it in the? Where is it located?
It's located at 128th and Buckley Road.
Okay. Now, here's the
But
deal.
it doesn't have
we're
a
about
functioning
3/4 of a mile
septic
off
or
of
leach
I-76.
field.
No, yeah, but listen, that property is not for the house there. That property, if somebody buys it for that price, would be for commercial. Is it a beautiful home? Is it a luxurious home, or are we talking about an old home?
Well, it's a hand-built home by my mom.
How many square feet? Is it a beautiful, big, giant home?
It's a beautiful home. It's not a giant.
I mean, what I'm asking is, if somebody buys it, are they buying it for the property, for the 11 acres, or are they buying it for the house?
The property is zoned where it cannot be rezoned commercial.
Then 1.2 million. If it's worth 1.2 million, if it can never be rezoned, it can't be broken up into 2 or 3 or 4 lots.
It could the one parcel with a variance could be put into 5 lots.
Okay, then that's different. It could be worth some
2
money.
different parcels.
It could be worth some money. But Karen, the main part here is, what are you looking for? What are you looking for? That's what I need to know. Hold on. I don't know what do you want them to fix your leach field?
Who would fix it?
She's claiming the ditch company ruined it by raising the water.
Who hired the ditch company?
The ditch company.
Parks and Wildlife.
No. The ditch company maintains that ditch. It's a complicated system, but they're not a municipality. They're an irrigation company that owns the ditch, or they own the rights to the ditch. It's not what you're thinking. It's not a county thing, and the county hired a subcontractor.
Okay.
We just talked about K&H Home Solutions for siding, roofing, and for windows and doors and all of that. In fact, they're having a sale. And we recommended them. If you need a lot of stuff done in your house, they can do it all. And they're having a sale right now, 30% off their maintenance-free siding, their doors, their windows from Softlight, Provia, and Diamond Coat Siding, by the way, plus 15% off roofing. So 30% off that other stuff, 15% off roofing, khwindows.com, for a great company with great warranties. Been around 65 years, the oldest home improvement company in Colorado, 303-421-7100. All right, let's also talk about something that's not pleasant here, and that's Joe Lazaro. Oh, he's pleasant. I should put it this way. He's a defense attorney, and getting charged with a crime is not pleasant. Joe, we've done the shopping and picked him out as someone you can trust so you don't have to shop under pressure. Joe Lazzara, by the way, will give you free initial consultations and then flat rate pricing on whatever he has to defend for you. If you are charged with a DUI or anything like that, call him. If you made a stupid mistake, falsely accused, whatever it is, you need a defense attorney. That's Joe Lazzara, Lazzara, 303-429-6200. When I drink Coke, that does that to me.
Did you get my text on the side?
Yeah, just have Dragon pull it and email it to him. I mean, that's what I'm putting in the three-way text.
Dragon, it's not too late to have Dragon pull it? Because it was at 11 something.
Oh, he can pull it. No problem.
Okay. I will tell Dragon.
What?
He says, I don't want to know. Hey, Dragon, if you can hear me, can you pull John Fuller's, the spot Tom did for Fuller, that Fuller wasn't available for? It was a 120. Is it 11:15? Okay.
And then just email it to Suzanne. She'll get it to John, or email it to me, whatever. What do we got? I signed up for that stupid haircut.
Good.
Yeah, but it said it was ridiculous. It said like 190 minutes. That's like more fucking time than what do they have, one fucking person over there?
Well, we could stop at Peakview or something.
We could drive to Colorado Springs and back. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
Well, let's start with Peakview.
I'm going to buy one of those kits, and you're going to start cutting my hair.
I'll cut your hair.
I'm going to give you, I'll tell you what, Dragon. This Friday, no shit, I'm going to lay out $1,000 in cold hard cash. If you come in here and let Kevin shave your beard, you got $1,000 cash, baby. 1,000 cash. $1,000.
No, my wife will kill me.
$1,000.
Ain't happening.
1,500.
Nope.
$1,500 to shave. You can always grow it back.
Yeah, not worth it. Have my wife mad at me.
$2,000.
No.
Oh, she loves it that much.
Yeah.
I thought
Okay,
you
what's
meant she'll
your
be mad
number?
for you saying no.
No.
I should say, what's her number?
It's got to be, 20,000 range.
Oh, never.
Let's talk to Mrs. Redbeard. Let's
Never.
talk to Miss
You know
Redbeard,
what?
Mark.
I honestly think he's lying. I think Suzanne's onto something. You get her on air, and we'll see what the real. She's probably going to be like $80.
She'd be like, for free.
I told him we'd give him
right
$2,000 Friday if Kevin Calkin can shave his beard in cash. He won't do it. Won't take it. $2,000 cash.
Says his wife says no.
Dragon.
I'm texting my
Kevin
wife right now.
Calkin shaves Dragon's beard.
Oh my
Dragon
God.
gets $2,000.
Dragon, you've been through worse.
Well,
I'm
just
sure the
'cause I don't
wife
wanna
will not
shave it.
kill you.
I said Mark and Tom want to know how much money it would take to shave my beard. So we'll see what she says here.
Did you text her?
I just texted her.
How much? Okay, let's say.
It's going to be in the 10s to 20s.
I offered him $1,000.
She loves it that much.
She does.
And he
really
said
How
no.
long have you
That's
had
why
it?
I said two.
When's the last time she saw your face?
I don't know why.
She's
Because
I
I
can't say
think
she has never
I
seen
think
with my
people
beard
like
because
him
we've
are so
been
locked into
together.
that look.
But
You know what he said? He
over
said
20
20
years
grand.
I've had facial hair.
The last time you
You
saw
think
your
he's
face
bullshitting?
was full face was
Yeah,
like
it was
over 20 years
before
ago.
my oldest son was born. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mark, he hasn't shaved in 20 years. He hasn't seen his face in 20 years.
He hasn't shaved for 20 years.
Well, he's probably shaved, but
So,
like
Dragon, I was
Trim.
at. Have you ever heard of the Next Door Bar in Castle Rock?
He's told you this, hasn't he?
No.
I laid out $5,000 on the bar cash, $100 bills, for the guy. He had one of these handlebar mustaches that came out like a freaking cartoon. $5,000 on the bar, he wouldn't touch it. Literally, he right there and then wouldn't touch it. Said he'd been growing it 30 years.
YouTube says, I love it. Call Mrs. Dragon.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Garage Kings, The lowest price, no money down, guaranteed for life. That's GarageKings.com. You need to get your garage coatings done on the floor, sidewalks, walkways, patio decks, GarageKings.com. Hey, Karen, the way these ditches normally work, they're run by a ditch company, right? Right, the ditch company, and then people buy rights to the irrigation. Is that the one you're on?
Apparently, we don't have rights to that, but yes, they have shareholders.
Okay, good. Now, that organization is responsible for maintaining the ditch, and they are responsible for negligence regarding the ditch. However, I don't know what, since the ground, for lack of a better term, and for what I believe is made by God, and the rain and the water and all that, the interaction is controlled by
Did more than one dragon.
nature.
It's the one with the dash
How
cam.
can they be blamed for blowing out your leach field? In other words, did they do something? I'm not asking if it happened. I believe it happened. I even believe it was connected to what they were doing. So that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking if they caused it. I'm asking, what did they do wrong? What were they doing in the ditch wrong against what would be standards for ditch maintenance? What did they do?
What happened was the Bar Lake level was raised to accommodate, after 2013, accommodate additional water, runoff water.
I get it, yeah.
You know, managing water.
Sure.
So when the level of the lake was raised, it raised the groundwater level of.
I understand that, but what did
they?
What I'm going to ask this again. You're telling me causation. I don't need to know causation. I want to know what they did wrong.
Well, there was no. They didn't. According to the man I spoke with today, they did not have to consider the effect of raising the lake on the property anywhere but on the dam.
Okay, now hold on. That is probably true, or maybe it isn't, but that's why I'm asking. Karen, you're hell-bent on saying this caused that. That happens all the time in life. Something causes something else. But if the something is not wrong, the consequences are not wrong. They're not liable for them. I'm looking for, you want to get your septic fixed. You're trying to get someone to pay for it by saying they did something wrong. Not that they caused it,
No, but you might
they
want to,
did
'cause he was
something
like, just
wrong.
go ahead and send it to me.
Okay,
But he's like,
what
oh, I was
did they
kidding
do
about the
wrong?
webcam. But what did he
What
say
did
the
they
other
do?
day?
If they were
John Fuller was
maintaining that
complaining he
dam
got
or that
no
ditch by
calls off the
conventional
spot.
means,
No one went to his website
they
after
did
off the
nothing
spot.
wrong. If
He's
they
like,
went
I
up
wanna
to
hear the
your
spot.
ditch where it
So I'm like,
runs
"Well,
across your
you know what I
property or
mean?"
through
But
your
now he's
property
going, "No,
or
I'm kidding."
at the edge
Anyway,
of your property
regardless.
and took fire trucks and dumped water in it because they
He's
just needed a
hard
quick
to
fix,
read on
and it
text,
went over the
you know
shore
what I mean?
or it went or
Well,
it
people
blew
are
out
hard
your
to read on
septic.
text.
What I understand, that would be negligence. It would be out of the ordinary. So Karen, raising the groundwater is a natural effect. What did they do wrong in their maintenance? What did they do? Did they raise the level too fast? How did they raise the level? That's what you have to do to find damages.
Right. Well,
So?
it's my understanding, not my understanding, that we were told there was
Actually,
no
he wasn't
environmental
kidding.
impact
He
study
was kidding about
on the
something else,
property
Dragon. So don't even
west
listen
of
to
the
anything I say except for
Okay.
thank
So
you
when
for
they decided
getting
to
that.
put in the means to be able to raise
Right.
the level of the lake 18 inches, they did no study as to the impact of the property.
Who raises it?
Okay.
Anywhere
And
to
who
the
did
dam.
the raising?
The ditch company.
Okay. Now here's what I want to know. Was an environmental study required by the EPA or the Army Corps of Engineers?
I have not spoken.
Okay,
I haven't spoken with EPA, but I have spoken with Adams County.
If the Army Corps or Adams County or anyone, if anyone says they went about it the wrong way, you have a case. Because that's negligence per se. That means they broke a law or regulation. If all they did was raise the lake, now the question is, without negligence per se, you have to find another negligence. What the other negligence would be this: they should have known that it was going to do harm, and they disregarded it. Mark, what are
I
you
am
saying?
I am so lost in this. All I can think of is like Cherry Creek or Chatfield.
Right.
And you're saying,
But it's not.
Or she's, that's fine. But there's a ditch company, and this ditch company is the one that decides how much water, how high the dam is. I just don't get that.
Okay. The ditch company also controls Bar Lake for the irrigation. They own the rights. They own the management, to lack of a better term. No one owns the lake. But so what happens is, yes, they get to control the flow of water through the ditch, and they do it by raising and lowering the feeder. Is that correct? Is that how you know it, Karen?
That's my understanding.
Now,
And
Karen.
my understanding is they raised the capacity of holding a Bar Lake.
They did that in order to increase the flow in the ditch, right?
I don't know about the flow in the ditch. They did it in order to be able to hold more water in the lake.
See,
Okay.
that's
Okay. If they did it to hold more, whatever they did it for, did they do it wrong? When they proposed raising that, who approved it? Who approved raising the level of Bar Lake? Who approved it?
I don't. When I talked to Adams County, because that was our first line.
What
to
did they
go to,
say?
Adams County said they've been trying to do this for years. They have no right to do it, and they're trying to go around the regulations for the county. That was last year.
Well, first of all, I don't.
That is, and so
Okay. How? But the
So then I
county
was
has to
given
give
the
you.
number.
They have to give you evidence. What did they said they've been trying to go around? What regulations? What regulations did they violate? Do you see what I'm saying to you, Karen? I'm asking you what they did wrong. What did they do wrong? And if the county said they went around regulations, what regulations did they go around? Is there a county ordinance that says you must do this, this, and this, or the lake cannot be raised? I mean, what did they do wrong? That's the question of the century for you. So until you know that, now the Army Corps of Engineers usually is in charge of this kind of stuff. Did you check with the EPA or the Army Corps?
No, I have not. We were having this discussion last year when this construction happened. Then, as I said, the house got hit by a tornado.
Who approved?
I've been under
Wait, when did the house get hit by a tornado?
August 6th.
A tornado?
2022.
Really?
Yes.
And did it
It took the
destroy
roof.
the house?
Yeah.
Did it destroy the house?
It took the roof. It took the roof off the house and revealed asbestos. It's been a for in my personal life, this situation with Bar Lake was tabled until April 1 when they started putting a significant amount of water in the lake, and which time the leach field blew out. So the discussion.
Did anybody else's leach field blow out?
Well, it appears as though there was a road that washed out. That's very close.
Karen, how old
And
is your leach field?
It's it's had
How
repairs
old?
done on it, but
How old?
The original leach field is 52 years old.
Okay, it could be argued that they need to be rebuilt every now and then anyway, and that I think here's my personal
And there's
opinion.
been work done on it.
When was the last time work was done, maintenance on that ditch? Excuse me,
You
on
know,
on
I
the
haven't
leach field.
lived there for a long time.
Karen,
I haven't lived
do you
there
know how much is this
I
leach
could
field?
find out.
How much? Even if they fix the leach field, they don't have to do the whole septic system. How much do you think a leach field is?
Well, here's the problem. I have engineers coming out on Friday to dig test pits to measure the water level.
Okay.
When the leach field was originally installed, it was fine at the water level in 1972. I do not believe that it's going to be fine
Karen,
to be at the depth.
And
that
if
it
it's
is
not,
now.
it's not,
It's going
what?
to have to be raised above ground.
Okay, and it's going to be expensive. So
Yeah,
what?
I've been quoted
Okay, so
anywhere
Karen,
from
so you
75 to 80.
automatically believe because they raise the water level, they're responsible, right?
I don't know if I automatically believe that. I believe they are in some way responsible for the effect of April.
Do you understand
And
the
we saw it
difference for
coming
being
last year.
okay? I'm not going to repeat it again, Karen. Go about your day and find what they did wrong. You use the word responsible. I could be responsible for something, but not negligent. My actions could have caused something, but it's not negligence. On the other hand, it could be negligent. You're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on proving the water level has raised, and they caused the water level to raise to what people will say, so what? They raised the lake, naturally the water level's going to raise. What you need to do is figure out, again, I said it for the 500th time, what did they do wrong? Against standards of construction, against engineering requirements, against code, against regulations, against anything, what did they do? That's the only argument you should be looking for right now. And you're focusing on all the wrong stuff, wasting your time.
Why does someone, why would they raise it? I'm just totally lost in this.
It's to feed the ditch.
To feed it water. For what?
For irrigation.
For farmers.
Well, who's ever along the ditch and has rights to it.
Okay. And the reason that they would have to raise it when it's been good for, say, 100 years?
Maybe they've been running out because more people are planting or more people are using it.
So when they brought the reservoir higher, it basically washed out the ditch, which in turn washed...
It didn't wash out the ditch. That's what I'm telling you.
It overflowed the ditch.
No, it did not That's the fucking point. It did not do anything wrong. What happened was the water seeped out of the lake, which it naturally does over time, and it raised the water table underground.
And saturated
her leach
and
field.
Washed out her leach field.
Okay, that's nature.
Yeah, it is nature.
That's not fucking negligence. I just said if you walked up there and flooded the ditch, that would have been different.
I get it.
American Restoration 24/7, the company you need to call if ever you have a property catastrophe, including flooding or any kind of broken pipe, fire, you discover asbestos or there's mold, whatever problems you have in your home, don't ever call the wrong company. You need someone who's going to get it done right. If your insurance company recommends someone, I'd run from them because your insurance isn't going to pick the best company. They're going to pick the quickest and cheapest. I say go with American Restoration 24/7. And if your insurance company is smart enough to recommend them, that would be great. But you have a right to pick the company. They have the EPA certifications, knowledge, and know-how to get the job done right. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. That's American Restoration 24/7 or online at amrest247.com. That's amrest247.com. All right, let's talk about Harris Family Law. Tonight they have a webinar going on, and I want you to tune in. They're going to talk about appealing divorce settlements or appealing divorce decisions by judges, and it's something you ought to hear. Now, they have all of their webinars on the website. You can go and look at them at any time or tune in for the live one tonight. To find out more, go to harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. That's harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. And don't forget, get your garage doors done and your garage floors, your walkways, your patios, your pool decks, all at the guaranteed lowest price, guaranteed for life, and no money down ever. GarageKings.com, the people we know and trust for garage floors and coatings for all of your concrete. 720-252-0370.
My buddy just had this happen to him on line 1. Just
Really?
had it happen.
On a ditch?
No, a car. His neighbor's tree, big fucking tree, healthy though.
Total car.
During a fucking big windstorm.
What did they do wrong?
Branch fell off, fucking came down and crushed the goddamn car. The neighbor felt bad and said, hey, I'll just turn it in my insurance. His insurance company said, fuck you, we're not going to pay your neighbor.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Plus, it's a car. They should have had coverage on it.
But do you know how many people believe causation equals negligence?
Oh, yeah, of course. You know this, but I'll tell you an example that people never think about. Someone has a true heart attack while driving a fucking car. A true life, something that's out of their control.
Now, one could argue if they were on restriction and meds and shit,
If they were, that's right.
their judgment, yeah. If it's a sudden,
No, just
heart,
a brain aneurysm for that matter. It doesn't matter what it is.
I'm flying an airplane, brain aneurysm.
God, that'd be terrifying. Can you imagine? I mean, that would be it. Remember that jet went too high and it was flying around the fucking country until it fucking went down. They were going to shoot it down.
It wasn't a golf player.
It was like golf. Everybody on board was out because it went too high. How the fuck all of a sudden
the
no
oxygen didn't work. Yeah.
Holy shit. That is like your worst nightmare.
Pardon me, can you knock out Albertus next? I've had him holding since the top of the hour.
Yeah.
For the next
Tell
one.
Kelly to hang on.
Yeah, I will.
You know Kelly, right?
No, do you?
Mark does.
What?
Don't you know Kelly? On there? Kelly. You said your neighbor, this happened?
No. It just happened to my neighbor. That's not my neighbor.
Oh, I thought that was your neighbor.
Yeah, and it's not a neighbor. It's my buddy Dan Gutchess, but it happened to his kid. A tree limb fell. Oh, you remember that when I was talking to him, don't you?
Yeah. You figure car insurance or homeowners insurance?
He didn't have it.
But
So now I can take call. I want to take a couple calls at my house. Can we get our system up and running?
Wait, you figured that out?
Yeah.
We're thinking so.
I know I did.
I'll believe it when I hear
and Mark can too. And I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no,
hook-
that's what, yeah.
I'm gonna
Well,
come
what
out.
we need to is her be able to do it.
Oh, yeah, I thought that's what we were talking
No,
about.
hold on now. Hold on.
It is.
Hold on.
If he can do what he's talking about, the rest is easy.
I can do it right now without you by having them call and forward to my Google Voice. Google Voice comes on here and goes right out to that board.
You just need to connect the phone that I gave you to the board.
Can you also do it?
No, I don't have to. I mean, first of all, what is that Bluetooth connection to the? It has Bluetooth on it. What is that Bluetooth for on that phone? That's what I need to know.
To connect to something.
Well,
Just like to connect to a headset.
If it connects to that, then I could do it. I don't know if it does. If it does, I'm perfect.
Even if it doesn't, you should be able to have a wire that comes out of that phone and can go into the board.
And that's the problem. We're using that wire. We're using that input, Mark. We're using that input with the mix minus to get to the station. Trust me when I tell you, I've thought it through. I can take calls easily through. This becomes my Apple phone. Any Apple laptop is an Apple phone. Okay? I just take the call and route it to there, and it's my Apple phone. So if I can go online.
Can you Bluetooth or not from your phone to the board and not screw up the mix minus?
Yes.
Then we're fine.
Albertus.
But hold on. Hi, Tom Martino here. Let's go to Albertus. Albertus, thanks for your patience. Albertus Simmons. I've known Albertus for years, and he's been doing this. It's a wonderful thing he does, and it's a summer camp, a basketball camp for kids in his neighborhood, in the hood, and I'll tell you what they do. They learn way more than basketball. Albertus, explain what you guys have been doing over the years.
Hey, Tom. Thanks for having me. Man, this will be our 17th year for the Simmons Foundation Life Skills / Basketball Camp. The camp starts June the 12th through the 23rd. This year it's going to be at Carla Madison Rec Center, and the time is 10 a.m. Well, you spoke about the life skills. That's what's more important to me than the basketball. You're absolutely correct. Because the life skills, we bring in all kinds of folks from the community. We bring in radio hosts like yourself.
Yep.
We bring in ministers. We bring in lawyers. Senator Michael Bennett, Mayor Webb, Mayor Hancock, on and on and on, have come in and sat down and engaged with our young people. We bring in the sheriff of the Denver City and County of Denver, Elias Diggins. We bring him in because we want these kids to understand that we want to talk to you on the right side of the jail, not on the left side where you lock down and can't get around. And so we bring them in. We bring people in to talk about banking. And this year, Tom, I'm making a plea to you. This year we are dealing with gun violence and gun safety. That's our primary goal this time on the life skills part. And I was wondering if I could humbly ask you to do one of your radio shows the day of during the camp, the next 2 weeks, just one day, and talk about gun violence and gun safety. Because it's very important. We're going to have over 100-something kids in that camp each day. And we want to make sure that they get an understanding that we've got to do something about these guns. We got to try to save our
Now,
young people.
you know what? It might be difficult to do a complete remote, but what we can probably do is some live reports from there and talk about it, and we can do that probably. Now, here's the deal. We want to help you with this. Listen, I've been to your camp, and I go and talk to the kids. Man, it really is good. These kids are so cool, and they're learning respect for everything, for life, for themselves, for authority, yet not to be. I'm not talking about, lay down walk-ons. They're good people, and you're teaching them how that they can get any job they want, any career they want. They can do whatever they want. They have to do it the right way. They have to respect education. I'm telling you, I'm very impressed with what you do. And when does it start again?
Tom, it starts June the 12th through the 23rd.
Now, if people are listening, who do you serve, and how do they get involved?
We serve inner city kids. We serve anyone. I don't care what color you are, what background you are in. This will be our 17th year. We don't turn away anyone. And
how do parents, if parents are listening, how do they get their kids involved, and what are the ages?
The ages, thank you, Tom. The ages are 7 to 18. The parents can come down and also volunteer. We would love to have your help. But the website is www.sfycbasketballcamp.com.
Now, SFYC, if they want to know, that's for Simmons Foundation Youth
for Youth and Change.
Youth and Change, or YC. So it's and it's really important that you. So it's SF. S as in Sam, F as in Frank, and then Y Youth Camp. That's the way I put it. YC, and then basketballcamp.com, right?
Yes. And listen, I wanted to publicly thank your friend Frank Duran, the real estate man, because every year he's come out for the last 4 or 5 years.
He's a wonderful man.
And supported us. But that's because of your strength. But, Tom, I want to thank you for all the work that you do in the community overall. You've been with me, not only just this basketball camp, but you've been with me on the turkey drive. And and we'll do that in November.
That's right.
We serve over 600 families every time.
Yeah, I had a little burble. We had a little burble during the pandemic and all that, but we are back in force on that, too.
Right.
So SFYCbasketballcamp.com.
Yeah.
And then if you want to get involved as a volunteer, if you want to donate, if you want to do have your child attend and whatever, you can get that done.
They have to register.
Yep, I went there right now, and you absolutely, you just have to register. It's about the event, the 17th annual Life Skills.
Right.
You even have a tape there. The Simmons Foundation for Youth and Change, hosting the 17th annual, and it's June 12th to the 23rd. Your kids will learn a lot, ages 7 to 18, and there's even going to be a contest, $100 prize for shooting contest.
Yeah, we treat those kids love it because they're able to take $100 home with them if they win.
Yeah.
And we're going to have 2 field trips, and we take them to Skate City on an air conditioned bus. No school bus, air-conditioned bus.
Yeah.
We treat them the right way.
And by the way, this year especially, with the basketball, they're going to learn life skills. They're going to learn, and they're going to learn about gun safety, anti-violence, gun safety, and all of that. So thank you, Albertus. We'll have you on again before this to get people primed for it. And we got more coming right up.
Some slowdowns continue on the south end of the Denver metro as we hit that 1 o'clock hour. Starting near Aurora, I-225 southbound at Yosemite Street. A recent bad accident has been all cleared up. We're still seeing stop and go from Islet, hopefully clearing up soon. West of there, Hampton eastbound at Inca Street, road construction in the right lane. Slow traffic back from Santa Fe. Into downtown, I-25 north and southbound showing intended speed. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. High of 76 before the afternoon is over. Overnight low of 51. Tomorrow, high 78. The current temperature in Denver is 71 degrees with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Make your summer getaway a new bed during Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. Save up to 60% with queen starting just $169.99. Plus, save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable base mattress sets and get a $300 instant gift.
Need to sell your home on your schedule? Lock in a guaranteed cash offer from Orchard and start the spring with a celebration. Here's how. Before Orchard, selling your home was a long, stressful process. But with Orchard's cash offer, you can forget about showing, listings, even x-rays. Don't worry about waiting weeks, even months for your home to sell. Orchard's cash offer guarantees the sale of your home and enables you to sell when you're ready. Orchard can save you even more time and money by recommending and taking care of costly repairs and specific home improvements. And to back me up, here's another 5-star review. This one's from Matt. It's hard to put into words how great our experience with Orchard was. First, their cash offer exceeded our expectations. Second, we sold our home with them for well above that price. Orchard gives you the certainty that your house will sell without all the hassles of selling it. Get a free no-obligation guaranteed cash offer from Orchard. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
All right, ZeroResDenver.com. ZeroRes coming to my home. I believe it's June 1st, man. I am so psyched for that because it's the only carpet cleaning company I have at my house because I know my carpets will get clean faster, less water, stay clean longer, and dry faster. I love it all, and I have my carpets done. They can also do tile and grout. They can also do upholstery, and they can do any number of things, including drapes and all that stuff. You know what? They're a great cleaning company. They even do duct work now. That's right. I'm having them to do my carpets and maybe one piece of upholstery, and that's ZeroRes Denver with their softened super powered water, which is a patented process. So get them to your house too. They have specials as low as $33 a room, and I want you to call them, and you'll experience this great clean. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. All right, call today, please. Tomorrow might be late. We might be filled up. We have a seminar tomorrow night. I call it a meeting. Let's just call it a meeting.
I called an educational meeting.
Yeah, that's a good meeting. And we're going to be there. Mark and I will be there. We'll have Joe Chiano there.
Suzanne's coming.
Suzanne's coming. We're also going to have some people, experts in all areas of finance, including mortgage and taxes and insurance and health insurance, and also to talk about, investments.
One of your
security.
favorite people's going to be there.
Yeah.
With Integra, John.
Yeah, John Jones. I love these
guys. He
guys.
has saved your butt.
Man, they have helped me so much. Honest to God, they've helped me a lot. Anyway, get part of this, okay? I want you to call this number to register. Make sure you have a seat. And please, do it soon. And we'll see you there. I think you'll like it. You ask all your questions. Nothing to buy ever. Not ever. Nothing to buy tomorrow night. If you decide to go with any of these products or services, that's up to you. It's 303-800-2919, 303-800-2919.
Remember, Monday we're off, bro.
Yeah.
So we take the time to really get to know them. Get to know them how? We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle, so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them.
That thing with Frigidaire is fucking crazy. They don't know who picked up his refrigerator. It's basically lost. Those fucking bastards. Look how dark it's getting. I have not had any good afternoons for flying.
Dude, this shit's bad. I think I feel it in my lungs, man. I can't stand this shit.
Oh, I can't wait to get this fucking back done. You know what? I've actually been doing pretty well. I mean, with my physical therapy and my workout schedule, I've been keeping myself out of pain, but I don't want to be on the edge of pain all the time. That's what I am.
You should get into fucking yoga, man.
Oh, Mark, I couldn't do it right now. Honestly, I mean...
You just do what you can, and you get better each time. I mean, that's all. it gets so hot, your body just starts fucking bending and shit, dude. I don't know how else to put it. You don't have to overstress
I bet
it.
you that's why your fucking blood pressure's down. I'm telling you right there. That fucking alone.
Maybe.
Oh, no, I guarantee it. You don't understand the endorphins you release, not just then, but for all day.
The sweat is
No,
crazy.
but the endorphins, all day. All day benefit. What sickness did she have? What did Tina die from?
I don't know.
Sad, man. I loved all of her music, actually.
Reach out to Tom Martino and let your voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app while streaming KHOW in the full screen player. Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Let's talk to Kelly. Kelly, what happened, Kelly? This might be similar to another problem we had earlier with liability versus negligence or causation. What went on, Kelly?
Okay, nice to talk to you, Tom. Okay, I'm calling today because I posted something on nextdoor.com yesterday and multiple people said to call you. So we had our car parked in front of our house. It's actually my son's car, and my neighbor's tree fell on it, totaled it 100%, and she nor her homeowner's insurance want to pay a penny. They said it's an act of God.
Now, listen, Kelly, this is what I need you to know, and we can continue this tomorrow if we run out of time. What we have to show is that it wasn't an act of God, if that's the truth. Again, I can't make it one way or the other, but in other words, the only way, and it's true, if the wind caused that to happen or life caused it to happen, that is an act of God unless it was their responsibility. First of all, is it their tree?
Yes.
Okay, second thing, was it in disrepair or lack of maintenance and they knew it? That's it.
Well, she has the papers. That's the thing. She has the papers for maintaining it, but the people who maintained it, it actually fell like a third off.
All right, hold on. If they had recommended she remove it, you could have a strong case if you can contact them. We're going to get you back on tomorrow, so hang on. I'm Tom Martino. Save all your problems for me.
I don't think that's what she was saying.
Won't car insurance cover it?
You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit rosettastone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Matt always knew he wanted to be a doctor. That's why he makes the most of every day. To study before breakfast, to work hard, to do whatever was necessary to achieve his goal. He found an answer in the military. If you have a passion, a vision for your future in any field, todaysmilitary.com can be your path to a fulfilling career. You have a calling, we have an answer. Find your way at todaysmilitary.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Alexis Christoforous. Singer Tina Turner has died after a long illness. She was 83. The suspect charged with ramming a U-Haul into a barricade near the White House this week was ordered held without bond at a hearing today in federal court. The 19-year-old suspect did not enter a plea. Investigators say the suspect told them he wanted to kill the president and seize power. ABC's Pierre Thomas has more.
The suspect flew to Dulles Airport from St. Louis on a one-way ticket, arriving at 8 p.m. Monday, less than 2 hours before the attack. Overnight, Secret Service agents searched the young man's home looking for answers. They want to know if he's mentally unstable or a true-believing Nazi, and if so, who, if anyone, radicalized him.
Another round of talks today on a deal to raise the debt limit. But so far, the White House and Republicans are stuck over spending cuts. In Uvalde, Texas, church bells ringing out, marking 1 year after the Robb Elementary School shootings. This is ABC News. The leader of the Supreme Court broke his silence about ethics concerns plaguing the bench as some Democrats call for a court ethics code.
In a rare public speech Tuesday, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts addressing recent concerns about the integrity of the High Court.
I am committed to making certain that we as a court adhere to the highest standards of conduct.
Roberts not mentioning Justice Clarence Thomas, who has come under fire from Senate Democrats amid reports from ProPublica alleging Thomas failed to properly disclose property deals and lavish vacations paid for by a friend who happens to be a billionaire Republican mega donor. Justin Finch, ABC News, Washington.
Police in Portugal continue to search a reservoir as they renew efforts to find Madeleine McCann, a British girl who went missing 16 years ago. She was 3 years old when she disappeared from a resort while on vacation with her parents. Alexis Christoforous, ABC News.
You wash your hands, you brush your teeth, but how do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, and germs. And it's why cleaning your nose, the body's air filter, is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less, but the biggest payoff is improved health. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
At Simply Safe, we design award-winning security to protect every inch of your home. It's easy to set up yourself, and now there's an even easier option. Have an expert do it for you with Simply Safe Pro Install. Always protecting, never a contract. 2 easy installation options, backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. Get 20% off any new system with interactive monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
KHOW News Time, 2:03.
After a record $19 million settlement, the parents of Christian Glass working to keep his memory alive. Glass was shot and killed by a deputy last year. The settlement will be paid by Clear Creek County, the state of Colorado, the town of Georgetown, and the city of Idaho Springs. Christian's mother, Sally Glass, spoke with Fox 31.
We've had complete strangers just sobbing, on our shoulders because they've watched the body cam footage. I mean, anyone in the world can watch our son being murdered on YouTube.
They say the financial component is not the most important part of the settlement. There are several other provisions, such as Clear Creek County creating a crisis response team and the state changing the training that law enforcement receives. The Colorado State Patrol has investigated hundreds of hit and runs so far this year, and the State Patrol calls the number alarming. They say that leaving the scene of a crash could result in felony charges against the driver involved. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the LASIK Center.
East of downtown I-70, a bit of a mess for the 2 o'clock hour. I-70 westbound approaching Dahlia and Monaco. We've got a crash with stop-and-go traffic back from Quebec Street, just west of there. Road construction continues on westbound I-70 between York and Washington. Further east, heading to DIA, I-70 eastbound this time after 225. A crash stop-and-go from Havana, and this one's affecting traffic on 225 northbound as well. We're seeing stop and go between 6th Avenue and the exit for I-70. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, clouds rolling in with scattered thunderstorms, high 76 this afternoon. The current temperature is 71 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Get ready for a life of new vision. Right now at TLC Laser Eye Centers, we're offering $1,000 off LASIK with our latest Wavelight laser when treated in June. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. Visit SaveOnTLC.com for details.
Business owners, are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business?
keeping up with changing regulations and staying HR compliant, hiring and retaining top talent, handling payroll. That list just goes on and on. It really is tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They put over 35 years of HR service and technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. What if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it offered training for your employees to increase their skills so they become more productive? There will always be challenges to face in running a business. And no matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions that you need. Scalable HR employee benefits, HR technology, Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Hey, it's Joe Pags coming up. Target does an about face on all the Pride stuff. I've got a Pags parody on that. Plus Chadwick Moore, the author writing Tucker, the book that broke the internet, and Sheriff Mark Lamb on crime and the border on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.